That, of course, is Gordon Lightfoot's beautiful song, If You Could Read My Mind, Love. I was always drawn to the lyrics about the ghost in a wishing well. Well, I found a historical case from 1799, a murder mystery, and a 200-year-old haunting. In late 1799, Elma Sands lived in a boarding house located at 208 Greenwich Street, New York City. In December of 1799, the young woman enjoyed a secret love affair with Levi Weeks, a local carpenter. The two had planned to elope, and when Elma left her home on December 22nd, she hoped Levi and herself would return as a married couple. Just days later, Elma's body would be pulled from a well in the same area, with evidence showing that her neck had been broken before her body was dumped in the well. The trial of Elma's death would last a little over a day, backed by the infamous lawyers Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr, who were retained by Levi's older brother, Ezra. Levi was acquitted of all charges. The jury only deliberated for 5 minutes. Most felt that Levi was absolutely guilty. To this day, the murder of Elma Sands has been a mystery, although some claim they can still see her haunting the well where she was found 200 years ago. The Manhattan Well still exists today. The CBS mystery you're about to hear is based on this murder mystery and the ghost from the wishing well. Elma.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have a close friend who says he has nothing against ghosts as long as they mind their own business. The question then arises, what is their business? No one has ever really supplied a satisfactory answer to this, but almost all spiritualists and believers in the spirit world agree that most of the earthbound spirits have some sort of feeling of unfinished business, or a wrong to be righted, a case to be pled. Now we go back to the year 1800 to tell a tale of today that's supposed to be true.
Young man, listen to me. I wish to talk with you. I mean you no harm. I ask only for you to listen.
Oh, I've got to get a hold of myself. This is crazy. I'm not really hearing her voice.
Yes, you are. You are hearing my voice. Juliana Sands, the girl you're painting. Only if you look closely, you will see that my eyes are rarely hazel, not green.
That does it. I had better get out of this studio before I find myself carrying on conversations with my canvases.
Come back. Come back. Come back.
Our mystery drama, The Ghost in the Well, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Tony Roberts and Patricia Elliott. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
The Electra's all washed and loaded, and you're on your way. You figured 300 miles the first day, but with all of Electra's luxury and room, you're out 400 miles before you know it. Not only that, but the EPA mileage estimates are 22 highway, 15 city, and 18 combined. That's with the standard 5.7-liter engine and automatic transmission. Of course, your mileage will vary depending on how and where you drive, your car's condition, and how it's equipped. And EPA estimates are lower in California. But it's nice to know that a car with as much prestige and elegance as Electra can also be efficient. Buick Electra, a car that can actually make you look forward to a long trip.
They surely will have found you. The amazing things you see. The cars they're built so wonderful. How can such things be? A little science, a little magic, a little science.
Electra models are equipped with GM-built engines supplied by various divisions. See your dealer for details.
It's Northwest Federal Savings Time, 63 hours a week.
Hi, I'm Chuck Shaden, Vice President here at Northwest Federal Savings. Let's find out firsthand why people like Northwest Federal.
I like the different conveniences they have. You can get traveler's checks. Anything you want to do, you can do it if you've got the Northwest card. I like the fast, courteous service and the fact that I don't have to fill out a lot of paperwork before I can come to the counter.
The hours, more hours than other banks. In fact, I switched to them from another bank because of their convenience, their hours, everything.
No bank does for people what this bank does, really.
And the people here are marvelous for service and cordiality. Just plain swell folks.
Well, if you don't feel that way about your bank, it's time to sing a different tune.
It's Northwest Federal Savings Time, 63 hours a week.
The description of the artist as an individual with more than usual sensitivity has been drawn for us often. It should therefore come as no shock for a painter to realize that his artistic vision has penetrated into a world only dimly perceived by the rest of us. Nevertheless, when this happened to painter James Taxon, it was to prove a serious obstacle to what promised to be a flourishing career.
I can't believe it, Jim. I just can't believe what I'm seeing.
Come off it, Lee. It's no big deal.
No big deal. Here I am representing one of New York City's most talented and promising young artists, and I find 5, not 1, but 5 canvases, all of some frail, loony-looking dame wearing a dress which looks like she's been attending some masquerade party, and all done in a diaphanous...
No, it's translucent, I think.
Oh, what's the difference? Why? That's what I'm asking you, Jim. Why?
When we started our association, Lee, you agreed you wouldn't try to influence my work. I'd paint what I see and...
Well, that agreement still holds, but it doesn't mean I have to keep my mouth shut when I think you're going off the rails.
Oh, you're overreacting, Lee.
And you're obsessed. What's so important about this woman? So all-consuming that In the past 3 months, you've done nothing but paint the same picture over and over again.
I want to get it right. The quality, the feeling, what I see. I'm just repeating myself.
Not only in words, but in your work. When are you going to go back to being the painter I know you are?
When I get this portrait right. I hated to admit it, but Lee was right. I'd allowed myself to become, I suppose there's no other word, obsessed with this portrait. I'd better explain how it happened. Like so many other young artists, I live and work in a part of New York called Soho. Well, one night I couldn't sleep. I was sitting at one of the windows of my loft overlooking a small 3-story building when I had what only can be described as a vision. A figure of a young woman, dressed in 19th century clothes, seemed to rise from out of the ground in the air. Up and up until her eyes were level with mine. She gazed at me, imploringly. I felt compelled to paint her, to capture that look. For the next few months, I worked furiously, always on the same painting, and always I failed to capture that look in the eyes that had burned itself into my brain.
Why do you frown so? The gentlemen I knew were always laughing.
Because I can't get your eyes right.
That's because you don't know anything about me. You don't listen. I'm a very fascinating person.
Yes, I suppose you must be. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so interested in doing your portrait.
I was murdered, you know.
Don't try to... Murdered?
Thrown down a well by a villain named Levi Weeks more than 100 years ago.
That's it, Jim. What you need is a breath of fresh air. You're working too hard. You're hearing voices.
Of course you hear me. I'm Juliana Sands. And if you look closely, you'll see my eyes are really hazel, not green the way you're trying to make them.
That does it.
Come back. Please, come back.
I had to get out and walk, to think out what was happening to me. Either I was over the edge and hearing voices, or this vision I'd seen outside my window was really a ghost, a spirit, or whatever. She'd given me a name, Juliana Sands. I headed for the library, and a researcher I knew there gave her the name, and she told me to come back in an hour. I did, and got a real shock. I apologize. I am not crazy. I'm not hearing voices. Well, aren't you going to say anything? Won't you accept my apology? Aren't you even curious about how I found out? Look, you, Juliana Sands, I'm talking to you. Now, you answer me. I know all about Juliana. You fell into a well in December of 1799. You weren't murdered.
You believe those lies they told in court. You're just like all men, ready to believe the worst.
You're a strange ghost.
I am not a ghost. I am a lingerer.
You're argumentative. I'll say that for you.
I've been wronged, and no one will listen.
Well, what's the difference between a lingerer and a ghost?
Ghosts are namby-pamby. Lingerers choose to stay on.
Oh, you choose to stay?
I just told you, silly.
Why?
To clear my name. You said you found out all about me, but you really don't know anything.
Well, it's a matter of court record. Your boyfriend was Levi Weeks. He was accused of pushing you into the well. He was tried and acquitted.
Because the stupid judge believed the lies that were told about me.
Yeah, he had a pair of pretty good lawyers.
Oh, Mr. Alexander Hamilton and Mr. Aaron Burr.
The only time in history they were known to be on the same side.
You did take the trouble to look me up.
Yes, I did.
And you find me fascinating. Most men do.
You're also conceited. I looked you up because I wanted to find out if I was losing my mind, not because I find you fascinating.
Then why are you painting me?
Because I'm a painter.
Also a fibber. You know you're entranced with the idea that you're actually talking to an alluring woman who lived a century ago.
What do you want of me, Juliana?
There. You see? You've used my name. And it's just delightful to be asked what I want of someone. Usually I ask gentlemen what they want of me. Although, of course, I know perfectly well.
I get the feeling you were a terrible flirt.
Flirt, perhaps. But I'm afraid you'll turn out to be just like all the other men, all the men I knew who thought the worst of me. And Jim, I hope to get better treatment from you.
What difference does it make to you now?
I want you to paint me for the world to see me as I really was and am. A woman slandered and wronged. I want my name cleared.
Cleared of what? From what I've been able to find out, you fell into a well.
I was murdered. Cruelly and foully.
Well, now the judge found...
Levi Weeks? Come here this instant.
Oh, no, Juliana, not again.
I said come here.
Oh, what are you going to do? Are you going to bring someone else in on this? It's you I'm interested
You're
in.
going to hear the truth. Right from the lips of this murderer.
You have no right to name me murderer. The court...
You know very well what happened in the court, Levi. I insist that this gentleman hear it. I insist. Do you understand?
I will clear the courtroom if we have any more disturbances. Pray continue, Colonel Burr.
Thank you, Your Honor. As my learned colleague General Hamilton has already pointed out, the state is building its case against the accused on the question of motive. We will deal with that cloudy issue presently, but at the moment I should like to continue with my examination of the accused. Now, Levi Weeks, remember you're under oath. When did you last see Juliana Sands?
On December 22nd.
Afternoon or evening?
The evening. I worked during the day.
Exactly. And I'd like to point out to the members of the jury that your employer testified as to your character.
If the prosecutor doesn't object, I must, Colonel Burr. You will kindly confine yourself to questions.
Yes, Your Honor. How did you spend the evening of the 22nd, Mr. Weeks?
I called for Juliana at her residence on Greenwich Street about 7 o'clock, and we proceeded to the Francis Tavern.
As was customary, was it not, Mr. Weeks?
We ate there quite frequently, yes.
And drank also, Mr. Weeks?
We had wine, yes.
Only wine? Or did not Mistress Sands have something stronger?
I must say, Colonel, I fail to follow the reason for this line of questioning.
Well, Your Honor, the doctors have been unable to ascertain exactly the cause of death. Part of our defense will be that the lady in question was in the habit of imbibing freely of spirits, and it could well be that in a state of drunkenness she fell into the well and was drowned. And now, Mr. Weeks, after you wined and dined, how did you spend the remainder of the evening?
Well, you know we were, after a fashion, betrothed.
Would you kindly clarify that for the jury? How does one become betrothed after a fashion?
We had an understanding.
Had you spoken to the lady's father?
Well, there was some talk about it.
I see. And now, sir, after having heard the testimony of several young men in this courtroom that they had also escorted Mistress Sands at various times and to various places, I put it to you, did you know about her dalliance with these other men?
Not all of them.
And you made no objection?
We had words once or twice.
Words? Quarrels? Or violent altercations?
Just lost words.
Exactly. And now, Mr. Weeks, I ask you, if you had known about all these other men in the life of Miss Juliana Sands, would you have made violent objections?
I am not a violent man.
I think it most fitting for the jury and the judge to know exactly how you felt about your betrothed's amorous behavior with other men.
Well, I knew that Juliana was headstrong and she was flirtatious, liked a good time, liked parties and dancing. But your question is difficult for me.
Well, let me then put it another way, Mr. Weeks. The prosecution contends that you killed Juliana Sands in a fit of jealousy. Yet your sworn testimony indicates you are not of a jealous disposition. You knew of some of her liaison with other men, yet you only had words. And even if you knew of the others, you would hardly have taken the violent course of homicide. Is that not a just statement of your feelings?
I didn't kill her, if that's what you mean.
That is exactly what I mean. And although we cannot say for certain that she was murdered at all, we can say with a great deal of assurance that Juliana Sands was a loose, wanton woman who might very well have jeopardized her life.
You have no right to make such foul accusations about my daughter. Every word you've uttered is a lie. And I, who knew and loved my Juliana since she was a little girl, will see to it that these jurymen are not deceived by your abominations.
An impossible scene? A wild creation in imagination of some fiction writer? Not at all. In the spring of the year 1800, in New York City, a man named Levi Weeks was tried for the murder of a young woman named Juliana Sands, and his defense attorneys were Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton. And the testimony went very much as you heard it. We'll continue with Act 2 shortly.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, it relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip. And it has added strength.
You mean added strength sign-off?
Exactly.
Added strength sign-off tablets give you pure pain reliever plus 50% more sinus drainer.
For sinus pressure.
Uh-huh. And twice as much sinus dryer.
Ah, for postnasal drip.
Right. Plus that full dose of pure aspirin for sinus headache pain. Added strength sign-off helps sinus pain while you drain.
I like that.
You'll like this, too. Sign-off, once a day sinus spray. The fastest known form of sinus congestion relief. Works in seconds, yet lasts hours longer than the leading mist. Once a day, once a night does it.
SINEOFF. Sign off.
Added strength tablets and once a day sinus spray. The sinus medicines in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
Look for that bright red box.
Delta is ready when you are. When you are. Delta is ready to fly. To fly.
Listen carefully, Chicago. This commercial could be worth about 20% off on your next flight to Memphis or New Orleans. That's what you save on Delta's night coach flights. The fare to Memphis is just $54. To New Orleans, $74. Delta has night coaches to Houston, too, for only $80. That's 20% less than regular day tourists. To cash in on these savings, carefully cut out this commercial. Or if you don't have scissors handy, just ask Delta or your travel agent for a Delta night coach flight. Then just cut out.
Delta is ready when you are.
Courtroom drama is always composed of the stuff of life. But when you find yourself a spectator at a trial that took place in 1800, and you're there by courtesy of the ghost of the alleged victim, that drama takes on overtones of spiritualism and undertones of science fiction and the time machine. That's precisely the situation in which our talented painter James Taxon finds himself.
I attributed my comparative calm to the fact that I had been reassured I wasn't losing my mind. My library researcher friend had dug further and come up with more information on the trial of Levi Weeks. There was absolutely no doubt that such a trial with such characters had actually taken place. I didn't think I was hallucinating. Now the question remained how best to rid myself of my obsession with the portrait of Juliana Sands. I decided that getting the whole story might be the answer. Therefore, I looked hard at my last unfinished canvas. Nothing happened. I closed my eyes.
You look silly with your eyes closed.
Oh, I'm glad you're back. I want to talk to you.
Naturally. I've always been very popular with members of the opposite sex.
I want to know more about what happened at the trial.
Just a lot more nastiness.
Well, those are words, and I want the truth.
And that's what you shall have, but we need Levi for that.
Oh, no, Juliana, not again.
Now, Levi, you know very well that we haven't come anywhere near telling the whole story.
Must we?
I insist. And you may as well begin by saying that you were too much a gentleman or too frightened to tell the court. After we supped that night at Francis Tavern, what did we do?
You always could shock me, Juliana.
I fail to see what's shocking about the idea of a betrothed couple anticipating their wedding night.
The sins that you do by 2 and 2, you must pay for 1 by 1.
Do you hear that, Levi?
I was just quoting from a great English poet named Rudyard Kipling.
Levi, you might tell the gentleman how an ordinary carpenter came to be represented by 2 such distinguished attorneys as Mr. Alexander Hamilton and Mr. Aaron Burr.
Purely a matter of politics.
Does that explanation satisfy you, sir?
No way. I'd like it a little more in detail.
Well, I first met Colonel Burr when I did some carpentry work for him. The colonel was much interested in the details, and we fell to talking.
At which Levi is very good.
I cannot tell this gentleman what he wants to know if you're going to interrupt continually.
Do forgive me, Levi.
I've always been interested in politics, and you may not be aware of it, but Colonel Burr was consumed by the ambition to be president. When I'd stop for lunch, the colonel would sit with me, and we'd talk. Colonel was much impressed because I spent 3 or 4 evenings a week at the Tammany Society, which did me the honor to elect me leader. We were also in touch with other like-minded clubs throughout the state. And so a relationship developed.
Relationship, indeed. You promised that conniving little colonel to deliver the Tammany Society votes, which would enable him to gain control of the New York State legislature.
Now, women don't understand politics.
Well, neither do I. What did gaining control of the state legislature accomplish for Aaron Burr?
Well, the legislature named the presidential electors to the Electoral College, and New York was a pivotal state. I believe that has since been changed.
Oh, yes, it has. And now you're explaining how it happened that Aaron Burr was willing to undertake your defense. But what about Alexander Hamilton?
Have you never heard, sir, that politics makes strange bedfellows?
Now, wait a minute. Now, I know a little about American history, and Hamilton was a Federalist, while Burr was a Jeffersonian Democrat, so...
Politics also make hypocrites. Tell him, Levi.
Oh, please shut up, Juliana. Although it was quite true that there was antagonism between Colonel Burr and General Hamilton, nevertheless, they both found it politic to present the outward appearance of friendliness. And this was just such an opportunity.
Yes, but I don't understand why your case presented such a great opportunity.
Because of me, sir. Because of my beauty. And because of the loathsome, lewd curiosity of men who delighted in hearing my name bandied about in the court. The judge permitted the wildest and most lascivious speculations about my private life. I assure you, it was a sensation.
Oh, as usual, Juliana exaggerates. She took courtroom rhetoric for statements of fact when it was only designed to prove
prove me a woman of low character and loose morals. And as for more courtroom rhetoric, why don't we go back and let this artist hear for himself what your fine Colonel Burr had to say.
Gentlemen of the jury, we come to the character of this woman. I remind you once again of the evening of the 3rd of December when she and her intended Levi Weeks were at the Tammany Society Ball. You have the sworn testimony that she entertained not 1, not 2, but 3 young men on the upper floors of the Society's building. And all this, mind you, while her fiancé, this hard-working young man, was downstairs searching everywhere for the lady who had plighted her troth to him.
Levi, you heard those disgusting insinuations he made to the jury. How I raged when I heard those words.
And how bored I get when I hear you bring them up year after year, century after century. Will it never end?
Only when I'm satisfied that my name has been cleared. You knew I was upstairs. You knew exactly where I was and with whom and what I was doing.
Colonel Burr never said...
Colonel Burr never said the truth. I thought it would be a lark. To go upstairs and peep into the gaming rooms where you gentlemen spend so much of your time.
I told you that this was explained to both Colonel Burr and General Hamilton, and they both felt it would injure my defense.
By branding me harlot, or worse.
Juliana, you were dead.
And the dead can be slandered. But not with impunity. Oh, you found that out, didn't you, Levi?
Oh, hold on, you two, hold on. Now, Juliana...
Yes, Jim?
You told me you wanted me to paint you as you really are. And if you and Levi just continue to squabble, I'm beginning to see you as a shrew. You promised me the truth.
And I'm trying to get it for you. But this wretched excuse for a man persists in hiding the truth from you, and even after all these years deludes himself.
About what? Name one thing that has been said here that is not true.
Oh, do you recall these words?
Levi, the prosecution contends that you killed Juliana Sands in a fit of jealousy. Yet your sworn testimony indicates that you are not of a jealous disposition. You knew of some of her liaison with other men, yet you only had words. Is that not a just statement of your feelings? But remember my answer to Colonel Burr. I didn't say I wasn't jealous. I said I didn't kill you.
You left the impression that you were a gentle man, when really, Jim, the reverse is true. And I will prove it. Do you remember the night of the Federalist Ball?
Who was that young popinjay you were dancing with?
His name is William Gates.
Any relation to the general?
His nephew.
How did you meet him? Were you properly introduced?
Of course. He saw me standing at the punch table, introduced himself in a most genteel fashion, and asked me to dance.
And it never entered your head to refuse?
Why should I? With you off talking politics with some of your playfellows.
You know I don't like you dancing with other men.
Oh? Does that include Colonel Burr?
Well, of course not. The colonel is different.
Pray, tell me how.
Well, he's older. He knows me, and well, you know what I mean.
Of course, dear heart. If you feel it's to your advantage for me to dance with a man when it's permissible. But if I should find it entertaining to dance with someone, it is forbidden.
I tell you flatly, I don't want you dancing with other men.
And I tell you that until I am your wife, I shall dance with whom I please, unless you're at my side.
You'll do nothing of the kind. You'll behave like a proper lady, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
Well, Levi, aren't you going to tell this delightful young artist the rest of the story? Or have you forgotten what happened later?
I lost my temper again.
It was more than that.
Well, I had warned you not to dance with anyone else, and when I saw you on the floor with that insufferable gait...
You rushed out, snatched me from his arms, and would have struck him and challenged him to a duel if you hadn't been forcibly restrained.
While you're at it, don't neglect to tell him that you enjoyed every minute of it.
Oh, it was exciting and romantic.
There, you see, sir, you hear?
Well, I hear everything except the one thing I want to hear, and that is, did you kill her or didn't you?
He did.
I did not.
Oh, come on now. What difference does it make at this time? How can it matter to either of you?
Levi, I think I've made a mistake.
Not for the first time, Juliana.
Oh, but he seemed so sensitive. And he was trying to paint the real me. I could feel it. Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. I thought I'd finally found someone who understood.
Well, I've been trying, but you're not only unsubstantial, you've got a wildly mercurial personality.
Thank you. I shall always remember that. If you decide to continue with my portrait, I do hope you get my eyes right.
You're leaving?
I'm afraid so.
Yeah, and what about your crusade to clear your name? Have the world see you as you really are. Or were.
It will have to wait. But I have plenty of time.
Yes, but what about me? I mean, I must finish your portrait.
That will pass when we're no longer in contact.
Oh, no, don't go.
You'd better talk into that talk thing.
Just hold on until I answer this call.
I hate waiting.
Oh, it won't take a minute. Hello.
Jim, this is Lee. Remember me?
Yes, Lee. Look, I'm busy right now. Can I call you back?
No way. I've been trying to reach you for days. Where have you been?
Well, I've been right here. I've been working.
You took the phone off the hook, didn't you?
Lee, I'm sorry, but I really can't talk to you now.
Either talk to me or talk to a doctor.
What? You haven't.
I haven't, but Janice has. Remember Janice?
Oh, yes, of course. I remember Janice.
Janice, should I be jealous?
Hey, quiet, will you?
What? Is there someone there with you?
No one. But what has Janice done?
She's spoken to her brother, the one who's a big shot psychiatrist, and
Oh, she had no right to do that.
she loves you, Jim. She's worried, and I agree she's got a right to be worried.
Goodbye. I told you I dislike waiting.
Hold on a second, Lee. Please be patient. Just a minute. You owe me a favor.
I owe you nothing. But I'll stay for a little.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Look, Lee, what's gotten into you and Janice?
I ask what's gotten into you. You shut yourself up, you turn off the phone, you hung up on doing the portrait of some strange dame, which isn't your style at all, and Janice and I are worried. We think you need help.
I really refuse to wait and listen to any more of this silly talk.
Please, it's my agent and best friend. Look, he's worried about me.
As am I.
I'm sorry, Lee. I just thought I heard someone at the door.
Oh, it's obvious, Jim. There's somebody there with you. Do you want to tell me who it is, or did Janice and her brother and I come up there?
No. Look, just give me... How long, Juliana? For the truth, how long?
The trial lasted a week.
Excuse me, please.
How fast can you work?
When I know the truth, I'll have you on canvas in a day.
Tell him the day after tomorrow.
Hello, Jim.
Hello, Lee. Just leave me alone till the day after tomorrow, and you and Janice and the whole world can come and see me then.
The whole world. At last. The whole world will see Juliana as she truly is.
Perhaps our charming ghost is putting too much trust in a painting. After all, a painting, no matter how great a work of art, can present many faces to different people. But more importantly, can Jim Taxon find out where the truth lies in this tangled skein that hasn't been unraveled in more than a century? We'll be back with Act 3 shortly.
I like pickles, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
I like pizza, but it doesn't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
Digel's special combination of antacid and anti-gas ingredients gives you fast, gentle relief from acid indigestion, heartburn, and gas in just minutes.
I like hot dogs, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
For occasional use only as directed.
My neighbor just collapsed. It looks like a heart attack. Send an ambulance.
In those precious few minutes before the ambulance comes, you can save a life by using CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And the Red Cross can teach you how in just one day, so you'll know how to react when the chips are down. Red Cross is counting on you to help.
The Africa of Hemingway, Stanley, Livingston, the African Queen, is sadly no more. Yet there is a place on the west coast of Florida, just minutes from the beaches and an hour from Disney World, where you can still see, wonder, and enjoy the Africa that once was, at Busch Gardens, the Dark Continent. Here is the excitement of early colonial Stanleyville, where you can take a ride on the wild side, on a 40-foot-long flume ride down Stanley Falls, or in the grips of the mighty Python roller coaster, or in the mysterious clutches of the Mamba. And here is the Nairobi of the past, where you can board an old-fashioned steam train for a ride through the Serengeti, the way it was, years ago, filled with herds of exotic wild animals, where one ticket buys it all. It is perhaps the best entertainment value in Florida today. Busch Gardens, the Dark Continent, Tampa, Florida. Busch Gardens is what Africa was.
This is WBBM Chicago.
I think I can qualify as somewhat of an authority on ghosts and ghost lore, and I've never heard of a ghost being reported in a spanking new high-rise office building or a condominium. No, the habitat of ghosts is almost always in the ancient relics or ruins that have stood for centuries. Today, in New York City's Soho district, there is an ancient well with a history, and, some say, with a ghost, which brings us to the horns of the dilemma on which Jim Taxon is impaled.
I'd made a commitment, and I intended to keep it. I dismissed the notion that there was anything wrong with my mind because I had accepted the fact that somehow I'd made contact with a ghost, a specter, or whatever you care to call it, of a woman who'd died in 1799. I realized, however, that painting her had become almost an obsession with me, and I was forced to face the possibility that she might be playing some devilish game that was robbing me of my creativity as an artist. I determined to find this out, so I picked up my brushes and turned to the latest canvas I'd started.
Oh, you poor dear mortal. You mustn't let me frighten you. All I want is to make myself whole.
Yes, that's what you've been telling me, but there seems to be some questions about your truthfulness. You must admit that at times you're mischievous.
I am what I am. But I'm also a woman wronged. And today, I promise you the absolute proof.
Does that mean another argument between you and Levi?
We will need Levi. But there'll be no argument about this. Will there, Levi? Levi?
I'm here, Juliana.
I want you to tell this gentleman quite calmly and without any evasion that you were the father of my unborn child.
I will tell him the facts. If it is true that you were pregnant at the time of your death, it's probable that
You're still trying to wriggle out of accepting responsibility. Tell him you fathered my child.
All right, cool it, Juliana. All I'm getting is more complications and further arguments.
You have every right to be annoyed. But it would be taken care of if this colonial clod would admit that he not only murdered me, but also my child when he threw me down that well.
It's indescribably frightening to witness an argument between apparitions. But that's exactly what Juliana's accusation touched off. The only way I could bring some semblance of order out of this eerie chaos was to threaten to leave. Neither of them seemed to want that.
I bring this matter of the child up now because it was a most important point at the trial. The prosecution claimed I was pregnant, which immediately labeled me wanton.
But I don't understand. If you were pregnant with Levi's child and you were going to be married...
Why can't you understand? You're sensitive enough to have made contact, but you cannot see how scandalous it was to be in my situation without being a respectable wife. I was an outcast. That was the main reason that my reputation had to be blackened still further.
No, you've lost me again.
The prosecution said that Levi had killed me because he had discovered he wasn't the father of my child and he didn't want to marry me.
That certainly was not true. I desperately wanted to marry you.
You did. But you killed me for quite another reason. But the defense attorneys easily persuaded Levi to allow them to make me out to be a wanton.
Did I ever actually deny the possibility I was the father?
Not you, Levi. You played the noble, put-upon gentleman.
Were you the father?
I'm pretty sure I was.
Pretty sure?
He was.
Well, now, Juliana, what about that all-day excursion you took to Harlem with General Gates' nephew?
Most of it was spent in the coach with 4 other people present.
All right, now, let's stop it right here. No more arguments between you two. I must hear about the night of the murder.
There was no murder.
I want to know what happened that night.
Tell him, Levi. Tell him about your first lie, your sworn testimony in the courtroom.
Oh, you've told me so much and argued so much. I don't remember what he said.
He said the last time he saw me was December 22nd. Isn't that what you told the court, Levi?
Yes.
And that was a lie, wasn't it?
Yes.
You really saw me Christmas Eve, didn't you?
I did.
And that was the night you killed me, wasn't it?
I did not kill you.
Oh, why don't you stop the accusations and the denials, get to what happened, and let me decide?
Levi's already admitted that he lied about the last time he saw me.
What happened that night?
Oh, it was a beautiful night. Clear, with just a sliver of a moon, and all the stars winking like candles on a Christmas tree. We strolled along Green Street, holding hands. Remember, Levi?
Not likely I'll be allowed to forget, Juliana.
We were on our way to my house, and I said, Levi, you must set a date for our wedding.
You never cease to amaze me, my love. Your father won't even permit us to announce our engagement, and here you are talking about setting a date for our marriage.
You would not like your child to be born without a name, would you, Levi?
What are you saying?
I'm with child, Levi.
Are you sure?
Certain.
Oh. It's another one of your jests. A poor one, I must say.
I mean it. It's true.
But how can it? We haven't...
I am 2 months pregnant, dear heart.
2 months?
Yes. But what does that matter? What matters is that tomorrow, on Christmas Day, when you join us for our celebration, you tell my father that there will be no more shilly-shallying, that we love each other deeply, and we wish to be married as soon as possible.
You think he won't question this sudden, unseemly haste?
We are young and ardent. We've waited long enough. There's no more to be said.
Your father may have something to add.
I do believe you're afraid of him, Levi.
Nonsense.
Come. Let's continue on our way. Ah, it's a lovely night. But I begin to feel chill when we're not moving.
2 months. Were you not on that outing with young Gates about 2 months ago?
I thought we already had our quarrel about that.
Well, I think this news you've given me makes a difference.
I've always been honest with you, Levi, as with everyone.
Have you?
When have I not?
I cannot tell. That's what eats at me.
You're thinking about my Harlem excursion with that silly young Gates, aren't you?
Yes.
And I used to be so proud of your jealousy.
Proud?
Well, perhaps not proud, but secretly I enjoyed it. It tickled my fancy that I should get you so annoyed and angry over trifles. I was wrong.
Yes.
And so were you, to take my little flirtation seriously.
And now you tell me you're with child.
Levi, suppose... Just suppose... Well, I mean, you see this well?
Yes.
Just suppose it were a wishing well. Do you know what I would wish?
What?
That you knew me well enough to know that I truly love only you. You have no cause for jealousy. That would be my wish.
That I would wish that you were more like the other ladies in deportment.
You wouldn't love me if I were all languishment and easy to tears. Levi, only you alone can be the father of the child I carry. Did you hear me?
I heard you. I wish I could believe you.
All right. You wish to believe the worst? Then you may as well hear it. You want to believe it, so I'll tell you what you want to hear. Not the truth, but what you're determined to have for heaven only knows what reason.
Oh, Juliana, stop.
Oh, no, it's too late, Levi. Yes, we did. We went to Harlem, the Gates boy and I. We walked along the riverbank away from the other people and found...
Oh, you...
Levi, you're hurting me. Let go of me.
Get you to play with me. I'll scrap you till you beg for mercy.
Oh, Levi, the well. It's pressing against my back.
Don't know what's true or false when you...
Levi, careful, I'm falling.
Juliana! I didn't mean for you to fall.
Well, Mr. Portrait Painter, now you know the truth you've been seeking. Tell me, is he not a murderer?
I don't know.
Not know? How can you not know?
You see, Juliana, it's all for naught. He's heard everything, and he's still...
No, not everything. He hasn't heard the verdict, nor what my father said in the court. He must hear that.
Oh, it's useless. It's a waste of time.
And what else do we have but time, Levi Weeks? What else?
Gentlemen of the jury, you have reached the verdict of not guilty, a verdict with which I heartily concur. The jury is dismissed with the thanks of the court, and the defendant, Levi Weeks, is freed. Now you will hear me, and I shall not remain silent. The defendant may go free, but you, Alexander Hamilton, and you, Aaron Burr, will be forever accursed for besmirching the name of my lovely daughter, for destroying the name and character of a sinless young woman. You are damned. I call upon the higher court the just God in heaven to see that you are punished for this affront to all virtue. Remove this man from the court. Take him, I say. And you, a judge who judges not, you, sir, will also feel the weight of my curse, now and forever.
And now, painter, you have the truth, all of it. How will you paint me?
Truly, as I saw you and see you clearly, a lovely, laughing, hazel-eyed girl with glints of mischief dancing in them.
And it will be seen by the world?
Yes, I hope so. I think it will because I feel it will be the best work I've ever done.
Bravo. At last the world will see me as a woman wronged, not as I was portrayed in the court. I will be free.
And I, Juliana? Will I be left to bear the guilt? Unjustly also, as you know, painter. I never meant to harm her.
I don't know, Levi. I'm an artist. I don't stand in judgment.
Well, tell me. Tell us. What do you truly think is right?
The same as before, Levi. The sins that you do 2 by 2, you pay for 1 by 1.
Most people today don't believe in the power of curses. But let's look at what we know. We know there was such a trial. We also know there was such a curse pronounced. We also know that Aaron Burr killed Alexander Hamilton in a duel on the heights of Weehawken, New Jersey. We know, too, that Burr was later accused of treason and forced to flee the country. I'll be back shortly to tell you what happened to the judge.
Can you ask your mother anything? If so, ask her if she took any prescription drug in her pregnancy with you. You may be a Des daughter, one of 3 million. Diethylstilbestrol, or Des, was widely prescribed from 1941 to 1971 for pregnant women. 90% of daughters born of these pregnancies have an abnormal condition called vaginal adenosis, which must be carefully monitored by a Des gynecologist. Also, 1 in 1,000 may develop a rare vaginal cancer, which must be discovered in time. To find out if you are one of the great majority who are unaware of being a Des daughter, ask your mother if she took anything during pregnancy. Ask her obstetrician. You have a legal right to hospital records and prescription files. Or better still, ask your gynecologist for the simple iodine stain. For more information, write Des Action, P.O. Box 1977, Plainview, New York.
We come to the judge who presided over the trial of Levi Weeks, accused of the murder of Juliana Sands. The trial took place in 1800. 29 years later, on a December evening in 1829, the judge walked out of his hotel on Lower Broadway and was never seen again. Something to think about until we meet again. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Patricia Elliott, Court Benson, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Dr. Octus, you can't keep us here indefinitely.
I have no intention of doing that. I can promise you, Mademoiselle Sherwood, that you would be free to leave here in the morning.
And to catch my train.
And to catch your train.
Me? The way you said that, what about Mr. Hart?
Ah, that is quite different. Mr. Hart will be staying a little longer.
What for?
Shall we say as evidence of your good faith?
My good faith in what?
in a little scheme which has occurred to me, and which, the more I examine it, seems the perfect answer to all our problems. Yes, indeed. I think my little scheme will solve this dilemma for all of us.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tick-tock. Sorry, your time's up. Hickory-dickory-dock. The ghoul ran up the clock, and now I've come back for you.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. One of the most beloved of all books is Mother Goose. I dare say everyone in the world knows Ring Around a Rosie, Mistress Mary Quite Contrary, Ba Ba Black Sheep. Many of those nursery rhymes were based on actual fact. Ring Around a Rosie depicted death from the plague in the 14th century. Mistress Mary was commonly thought to be Mary, Queen of Scots, and Ba Ba Black Sheep was a protest of the common people against confiscation of property by the royalty. But I wonder what promoted Hickory Dickory Dock. The mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 1, and down he runs. Hickory Dickory Dock.
Charlie, look. The door to the clock.
It's opening.
All by itself.
At this point, I'd believe anything.
That cold air again, too.
Look. Something sort of floated out of the clock.
I saw it, too. What was it?
I don't know. I'm not sure I want to know.
Our mystery drama, Hickory Dickory Doom, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Duran and stars Tony Roberts and Patricia Elliott. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Maxwell House's coffee you can count on. Maxwell House, good to the last drop. Maxwell House, it really gets you going. Maxwell House, good to the last drop. Maxwell House is...
Good morning.
Maxwell House is...
A good starter.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House. Maxwell House is...
A good friend.
Maxwell House is...
Good company.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Maxwell House, coffee you can count on. Always smells good, always tastes good. Every Maxwell House coffee, always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House is...
Good taste.
Maxwell House is...
Good times.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House. Maxwell House is...
Good relaxing.
Maxwell House is...
Good coffee.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Orlando, $131 round trip. Jacksonville, $118 round trip. Miami-Fort Lauderdale, $149 round trip.
Delta makes your travel dollar go farther with Super Saver fares.
Tampa St. Pete, $131 round trip. West Palm Beach, $144 round trip.
Delta has Super Saver fares to every Delta city in the continental United States. To get the lowest fare, take a Delta night coach flight any Monday through Thursday. Daytime and weekend Super Savers are slightly higher. Of course, there are certain ticket, travel, and time requirements.
Atlanta, $94 round trip. New Orleans, $115 round trip.
Oh, one other thing. The number of Super Saver seats out of Chicago is limited. So call Delta or your travel agent and reserve your Super Saver seat today.
Houston, $103 round trip. Charlotte, $92 round trip.
Delta is ready when you are.
One of our more popular American pastimes is attending garage and tag sales. There seems to be something about buying someone else's junk that fascinates most of us. But of course, not all garage sales offer junk. Some of them have some very usable merchandise, and occasionally you might pick up a real antique. The garage sale we're about to visit now with Charlotte and Charlie Tucker contains the belongings of a recently departed minister, a bachelor, who left his earthly possessions to his nephew, a Richard Lum. Let's join them on the lawn of the Lum's home in southern Pennsylvania.
There's some real nice things here, Charlotte.
I'm amazed at the prices. Everything's underpriced.
They probably want to get rid of it fast. See anything you like?
Oh, it's all beautiful. I'd like to find a pretty lamp if there are any. Mother hates hates that one I have in the guest room.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, she gets in day after tomorrow.
And remember your promise, Charlie. No golf or cards for the 2 weeks Mother's here. You know she adores you. I think she makes her visits more to see you than me.
Hey, I hope she brings her tarot cards.
And that's another thing. No teasing her about her interest in the occult. The last time she read the cards for you, everything she said came true. You landed that job with the Cromwell agency and made art director 6 months later.
Yeah, but that might have been because...
Can I help you with anything? I'm Mr. Lum.
Oh, well, I would be interested in a lamp.
Lamps are up on the porch. My uncle had some lovely ones.
Your uncle was the minister?
Yeah, and I was his only living relative, and he left all this to me. I really can't keep it. We have no room for it all.
Then this isn't his home?
No, I live here. My wife and I carted the things from the parsonage in Milford. I'll leave you to browse. I hope you like one of the lamps.
Hey, you want to head for the porch?
Well, let's just stroll and look around. We'll get to the lamps.
Hey, check that grandfather clock. That's an oldie.
What a beauty.
It doesn't know what time it is. It just struck 1, and it's 10 minutes to 11.
Looks so old. I bet it costs a fortune.
Hey, you just wanted a lamp, remember?
Oh, but I didn't mean we'd buy it. But it is awfully good looking.
It's in great condition, too.
Charlie, wouldn't it look perfect in the south corner of the dining room? It almost matches that antique hutch Mother gave us when she moved to Florida.
Yeah, it would. But ask the price first before you start redecorating.
Well, it'll probably be more than we can afford. It's got to be at least 100 years old.
Older than that. I saw you admiring the clock.
How much?
I priced it at $200. Not much call for grandfather clocks today in the newer homes. Rooms are smaller, more modern, and this one doesn't chime.
But it just did.
You say this clock struck?
Yes, just as we passed it.
Oh, that is extraordinary.
$200, you said. We'll take it.
Sold. Now, do you still want to see the lamps?
Oh, but yes, I still need one for the guest room.
I'll help you to the car with the clock.
Thanks.
And I'll go and check out the lamps.
They're on the porch, remember? I'll be back in a moment to help you move the clock.
And a very beautiful one, too. Funny what he said about it never chiming, though. Isn't it?
Careful now. Watch the chair.
See it.
Oh, the clock weighs a ton. I never found one this heavy. Okay, your end down first.
Here we go.
Oh, there we are. Now, come around here and just steady her as we stand her up.
Oh, it looks so much bigger inside here than it did on the lawn.
It's a matter of perspective. There we are.
It is imposing, isn't it?
It looks better there than I thought it would.
Well, let's polish it up first, then see if you can get it going.
Okay.
Here, you rub it down with the linseed oil, and I'll do the glass on the door.
Hey, this wood is fantastic. I can't tell what it is, but maple, maybe, or even oak?
I think we found a steal today.
Hey, you know, Charlotte, the grain in this wood has a sort of design to it. Look, like foreign characters or something.
Yes. I see what you mean. This looks like a row of A's.
Yeah, and see here. Look, here's a ram's head.
But they're not carved. The wood's as smooth as glass.
Yeah, well, it couldn't be paint.
No. Could it be that the wood just grew that way?
That's possible, I guess. But these figures are so clear. It doesn't seem like an accident of nature.
Look, there are more on the other side. You don't really notice them until you look for them.
This oil really brings out the color and the grain of the wood.
I want to clean the inside of the door. Have you got the key?
Oh, yeah. Here in my pocket. Here. Gee, maybe these are some sort of religious symbols, huh? They belong to a minister. But they don't look like...
Charlie?
Yeah?
Put your hand inside here.
Inside the clock?
Go ahead. Feel it?
Yeah. Yeah, the air is sort of cool and damp. I didn't feel that when we took the pendulum out to bring it home. But then the clock was out in the hot sun.
Why would the air inside the clock be cooler than room temperature?
It beats me.
Oh, Mike's awake. I'll have to heat up the bottle, darling.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'll finish. I want to fool around with the works and see if I can get it going and figure out what goes with the chime. Speak of the devil. There it goes again. Second time this morning.
We spent half of yesterday working on it. It's obvious there's something wrong with it that you can't fix. Oh, better hurry and finish your lunch. Mother's plane gets in 2 hours.
You sure you won't change your mind about coming along?
No, and Mother won't mind. Mike's been so fussy and restless these past 2 days. I think he's coming down with something.
Probably another tooth.
And Tinker hasn't been around all morning. It's not like her to stay away so long. I'm going to go and look for her.
Hey, cats do as they please, and you know it.
But yesterday she wouldn't come in at all. She'd start up the porch steps, and then she'd arch her back and spit. She refused to come into the house.
Oh, she'll be all right. Cats know how to take care of themselves, and I'd better get going. Traffic to the airport might be heavy. And wait till you see how your grandson's grown. He grows some every day, it seems.
He'll be walking soon. He's 10 months old tomorrow.
You'll be seeing him in about 30 seconds. We're home.
Oh, there's Charlotte. Oh, she looks a little thinner, don't you think?
Yeah, well, she's taken up jogging.
Hi. Hello, darling. Oh, Mother. Oh, how good to see you again. Oh, you look wonderful. And feel it, too. Oh, I'm so sorry about not coming to the airport. Oh, that's all right, dear. What's the difference?
Now put your bags in your room, Mother.
Thanks, Charlie. How was the flight? Oh, rough and bumpy. I skipped the food and stuck with my old-fashioned. We're cooking out tonight. You'll get one of Charlie's steak specials. Oh, that'll be nice. Charlie tells me you've taken up job. What's the matter? Mother, what is it? I feel... Charlie? Mother, are you sick? Here, sit down. No, I'm not sick. I never felt it in this house before.
What do you want?
Felt what? A force. Very, very faint.
What's the matter?
What kind of force? When I stepped inside the house, it brushed me ever so lightly. Oh, I could even be mistaken.
Hey, what is this?
Do you feel it now? No, not at all now. Come on upstairs and lie down. You said you had meeting. Maybe that's it. No, I don't need to lie down, dear. I shouldn't have alarmed you. It was nothing. I want to see my grandson. Are you sure you're all right, Mother? Of course. Now, where is that Mike? Well, he's still sleeping. But it's almost time for his dinner. All right. I'll go upstairs, unpack, and freshen up. You can look in on him. He might even be awake. I'll just tiptoe in and see. I'll be down in a little while.
What was she so upset about? I still don't understand.
Neither do I. She said she felt a force, but then she tried to brush it off as though it wasn't anything at all.
Yeah, I heard.
It kind of bothers me, though. Mother is sensitive to those things, but what kind of force could be in our house?
You think that's what's spooking Tinker? You said she's gone again.
I don't know. I certainly don't feel anything.
No, neither do I. And you know how I feel about psychic phenomena. Look, if Mom doesn't bring it up again, let's forget it.
I hope I can. Are you going to work a while? I'm going to bed.
Just a minute or two. I want to look at this new hosiery layout and then sleep on it.
Mother and Mike are both dead to the world. Those flights always tire her. Charlie, did Mother say anything more to you about her feelings? I mean, about the force, as she calls it, and the clock.
No, not really. Just that she thought the marks on the clock were ancient symbols or something.
Yes. Remember how she dismissed it while we were having dinner? I couldn't pin her down to a direct answer.
So she doesn't want to make you nervous.
Well, it only makes me more nervous. There's something I didn't mention. When I told her we thought the cool air inside the clock came from the type of wood, she said that could be one explanation.
Oh, she has another?
She wouldn't say.
Charlotte, hey, you didn't mess around with my drawing board, did you?
What? I never go near it when you're working on a layout.
Well, the sketch I did yesterday is all smudged. Look.
Well, darling, I have no idea how that
didn't blow to the floor, maybe. You picked it up?
No, absolutely not. I've told you.
Well, how could something no one touched smudge up like that? I mean, these inks don't blur.
Charlie, I give you my word.
I know, Charlotte. I'm not accusing. I'm just mystified. I'll have to do the whole thing over again in the morning.
Well, come into bed then.
Yeah, I'll be right in. Gee, that's strange. That just couldn't happen like that.
Charlie, wake up. Charlie.
What? What's the matter?
It's the clock. Listen. It hasn't stopped. Usually it's only 1 or 2 strokes. Charlie, I'm scared.
What time is it?
2 o'clock.
Well, I'm going down. I just don't hold with that supernatural.
You're going down there?
Of course.
I'm coming with you. I heard you two in the hall. What's the matter with the clock?
Well, that's what I'm going to find out. I'll stop that chiming if I have to break the whole damn mechanism.
I'd be very careful, Charlie. And take my advice and don't touch it.
I'm going to do something to stop the chimes. It's gone haywire.
Do as Mother says, Charlie, please. Don't touch it.
But it looks like I don't have to. It's stopped. Hey, wait. Do you feel that?
Yes. A little gust of cool air.
Yeah. Damp. I'm going into the dining room. Uh-oh. That's where it's coming from. The front of the clock's open. Look.
The whole room's cold. Something opened that door to the clock. Something? Well, it couldn't have been someone, could it? Charlotte, put on some coffee. It's time we face facts.
And high time, I'd say, wouldn't you? Whether Charlotte and Charlie want to admit it or not, there's something strange going on in their home. Charlotte's mother realizes it, and realized it the moment she set foot in the house. So while the coffee's brewing in the Tucker household at 2:15 a.m., we'll take a short break ourselves and join them shortly in Act 2.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear more than words. Grandma?
Yes, sweetheart?
Did my mother ever do anything bad?
Well, what do you mean?
Did she always clean up her room? Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
Seems to me I had to remind her to clean up her room on occasion.
Sometimes I forget too.
Well, everyone forgets once in a while.
Does my mom love Jimmy more than me?
No. You know, your mother used to ask me that about her brother.
Really? Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
You remind me an awful lot of your mother when she was a little girl.
Listening, caring, and sharing. That's what understanding is all about.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
From the Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
$5 million. $5 million. A $5 million fur sale. The $5 million Deep Winter Fur Sale at York Furrier of Elmhurst. It's going on right now, and it's the greatest sale at York in nearly half a century. Every fur in York's magnificent collection is on sale. Save from 20 to 70%. Spectacular savings on raccoon, lynx, mink, sable. Furs for women, furs for men. Up to 70% off. A savings of hundreds, even thousands of dollars. Come to York Furrier's $5 million Deep Winter Fur Sale. York Furrier, 107 North York Road, Elmhurst. Master craftsmen doing what they do best. And during York's $5 million Deep Winter Fur Sale, that's saving you money.
This is not just a sale. This is a sale of York furs. York Furrier of Elmhurst.
always seem more sinister in the middle of the night, don't they? At 2 o'clock in the morning, our little fears are magnified many times. And at 2:15 this morning, in the brightly lighted kitchen of Charlotte and Charlie Tucker, the sinister happening of the past few moments hangs heavily over the three figures, huddled over their coffee.
There is something strange in this house, Charlotte. Something psychic. Oh, really? Now, wait. I know you both take my interest in parapsychology lightly. Oh, you have every right. I'm not going to make light of it, Mother. Not after this. You never did tell me your explanation for the cool air in the clock. Well, I don't know what causes that. But something psychic is developing in this house.
Developing?
I felt it the moment I came in yesterday afternoon. I tried not to make too much of it. I avoided your questions. But I'm too concerned now. I really am.
But why? Why would our house all of a sudden be possessed, if that's what you mean? And what's the clock got to do with it?
Well, I think whatever it is in this house started when you brought that clock home.
For what reason?
Well, again, I have to say, Charlie, I don't know. Have you noticed anything else strange in the house, other than the peculiar behavior of that clock? Well, the baby's been awfully restless lately. I mean, more than usual. And Tinker, she wouldn't come in the house yesterday. She's run off. Charlie, your layout.
Well, now you've got me wondering.
What was that about a layout?
Oh, it's a hosiery ad I've been working on. It's been smudged, and nobody in the house could have done it.
Except perhaps a spirit. Oh, Mother.
Well, now that seems even more unlikely. How could a spirit smudge a physical drawing?
Poltergeist can actually hurl furniture around.
Oh, we've got poltergeists?
Charlotte, I'm very serious. I think you should call in a psychic investigator, a ghost breaker. You are serious? Very much. Now, there's a particularly good one I know of. Oh, I don't know him personally, but he has an international reputation. Now, he might be interested in this.
I thought these guys just prowl around old English mansions.
No, far from it, Charlie. They're willing to make a preliminary examination almost anywhere, and they can usually tell right away if there's a hoax involved, or if it's just coincidental events. But I personally think there is nothing coincidental here.
Well, how would we get in touch with this investigator?
His name is Paul Carlton. Yes, the American Society for Psychical Research could get in touch with him. Oh, they'd be sure to be interested, too. Charlie, do you think we should go that far? It scares Charlotte, me. The sooner this thing is brought out in the open, the better.
Well, I'm with you, Motherly. I'm all for this Paul Carlton having a look, if he's willing to come.
Would you like me to get in touch with him?
Yeah.
All right. I'll call the society for you first thing in the morning. Hello?
Mrs. Lee?
Yes?
Paul Carlton. The society gave me your message.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carlton. Thank you for calling.
Not at all. I'm very interested in all you told them. When may I examine the house and the clock?
Oh, just a minute, please. Charlotte, he wants to see the house. When can I tell him? Well, the sooner the better. Tomorrow, if you want. Mr. Carlton?
Yes?
Any time is fine with us.
Well, I have a speaking engagement in Philadelphia tomorrow night. I could be there day after tomorrow, say 10 in the morning.
Yes, any time.
And Mrs. Lee, today and tomorrow, be very alert to anything else that occurs in the house. The more details, the better.
I understand.
I'll see you Thursday morning.
Here he is. There's a cab pulling up out front.
Oh, I'm so nervous. You and me both.
He's just going to look around, isn't he? I mean, he's not going to conjure up a lot of evil spirits.
Of course not, Charlie, but I'm anxious to see if he confirms my feelings.
Well, look, we might as well go out and welcome him. We know he's here. Mr. Carlton.
Hello. Mr. Tucker?
Yes, welcome. We appreciate your coming.
Oh, thank you. But I'm the one who's appreciative.
Come in. This is my wife, Charlotte.
How do you do?
My pleasure, madam.
And my mother-in-law, Mrs. Lee.
Ah, yes, we spoke.
Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Mr. Carlton. I've read both your books.
Well, thank you. You're interested in parapsychology, then?
Well, I dabble.
Now then, let's get to work. May I see this celebrated clock? Right there in the dining room. Follow me. Ah, yes. A beauty, isn't it? Certainly an antique.
Charlotte, he didn't feel anything strange, like I did. He might have, and not mentioned it.
Mrs. Lee, you were right about these characters in the wood.
Oh, they are symbols, then. Oh, I was pretty sure.
Would you open the door, please? I want to examine inside.
Sure. We've kept it locked ever since that experience the night before last.
Well, I want to get into that in more detail later.
There you are.
Yeah, it's definitely cooler. I'll just shine my pocket flash in here. Doesn't seem to be any reason for it.
Good heavens.
What is it?
Your voice, it's echoing like a canyon.
What do you mean?
Well, when your head was inside the clock, your voice echoed.
Show me. You speak in there.
All right. Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock.
That is extraordinary. I didn't hear my own voice like that.
As though you and Charlie were talking into a long tunnel.
Inside is solid all around. Sound should be muffled.
There is something psychic about it, isn't there, Mr. Carlton?
Well, at this point, let's say there is need for more explanation. I'm going to take another look. Solid wood inside, all right. There's a name etched in here. Probably the maker. Might give us a good clue.
Can you read it?
Yes, it's faint. S-A-R-G-A-T-A-N-A-S.
Arga something?
It's either a wry joke or...
What is it?
Sargatanis, Mrs. Lee. In witchcraft.
Oh, yes. One of the devil's lieutenants.
Brigadier, to be exact. Yes, Sargatanis, whose specialty is opening locks.
Devil. Brigadier. Oh, really?
You do have a curiosity here, Mrs. Tucker. There's much justification for further investigation.
I thought so.
With your permission, I want to return with a medium I work with frequently. She's gifted and brilliant. Enormous sensitivity.
You mean a seance?
Oh, not exactly, but if the strange qualities of the clock are the result of spiritual forces, Margaret Egan will know it.
Charlotte? Well, we've gone this far. We might as well.
Now, keep the door to the clock locked, as you have done. By the way, has the cat returned?
No.
That's a very definite sign. Animal behavior is almost always an indication of the unseen. I'd like to go over the entire house now, and then I'll be in touch with you after I talk with the medium.
Hello?
Margaret, it's Paul Carlton.
Oh, hello, Paul. How are you?
Fine. I have a job for you, a fascinating case. It's a home in Pennsylvania. Everything centers around an old clock with the name Sargatanis etched on the inside.
Sargatanis?
I thought that would impress you.
The devil's locksmith.
When can you work with me?
Oh, any time. Perhaps the sooner the better.
Good. You'll drive down tomorrow. I'll fill you in on the details on the way.
Is there anything special you'll need, Mrs. Egan?
No, Mrs. Tucker, no. Just a comfortable chair. I might explain that hopefully, through Margaret's trance, we'll be able to learn the nature of the spirit that inhabits the clock. Are you serious? Oh, very much so.
Oh, there is a spiritual force at work in this house, Mrs. Tucker. I felt it the moment I entered.
We believe it's the only explanation for the phenomena you've experienced.
Well, you're not going to make anything appear, are you?
Oh, no, Mrs. Tucker. This is not a seance. No hand-holding or dim lights. In my trance, if I can contact my guide, we will be able to learn how to deal with whatever force is in here.
Why don't we get started, Margaret?
I am ready. Just let me relax a moment. Leona! Leona! We need your help, Leona!
What can you tell us of Sargatanus?
Why do you wish to know?
We believe he's at work.
Sargatanus is in prison. He has been in prison for 103 years.
We have reason to think he's at work.
Impossible.
We have in our possession a clock with his name etched into the wood.
Secret, therefore Dundee.
What? Speak again, Leona.
Board to prom.
She's losing contact. Leona, can you hear me?
Sargatanus imprisoned. Charlie, look. The door to the clock.
It's opening.
All by itself. That cold air again, too.
Look. Something floated out of the clock.
I saw it, too. What was it?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
She said she wouldn't make anything appear.
Margaret.
Huh? Oh, did I make contact?
Briefly. We lost her. Mr. Carlton, look at the clock. Yes, I saw it opening during the trance.
And you saw something float out while you were talking to Mrs. Egan. Something floated out of it?
Yes.
Oh, an ectoplasmic manifestation.
There was a manifestation of some sort, but all we got from Leona was gibberish, except at the beginning, when she said Sargatanus was imprisoned.
Oh, I've got more work to do. I don't have the strength for another trance now, but I want to consult my books and my charts. I've got to do more research on Sargatanus.
That does seem to be the key to this.
Yes, I think so. But what was it that came out of the clock? Is it still here? Very likely.
Look, I think we're going too far with all of this.
Oh, it would not be wise to stop now.
Are you going to get rid of these spirits for us?
Well, we cannot promise that. What we are trying to do now is identify them.
We don't care how they're identified. We want them out of our house.
I know how you feel, Mrs. Tucker, but try not to be frightened or discouraged. So far, there seems to be no evil spirit involved. Playful, perhaps. And often they'll simply leave a dwelling of their own accord. But we do want to continue our investigation.
All right. We'll go along with anything. Only please, the sooner you can clear this up, the better.
Yes, we will be in touch in a few days after my research.
Is there anything I can do to help? I'm so fascinated by all this.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Lee, but at the moment, I don't think so. Just be alert to anything that may happen. You'll hear from us very shortly.
Carlton here.
Paul, it's Margaret. I think we have stumbled on the case of the century.
Explain.
Sargatanus is the key, all right. Now, can you get in touch with the people the Tuckers got that clock from?
Well, I don't know. I suppose so. Why?
Well, if my calculations are correct,
yes,
and the information I have so far points to it, that clock the Tuckers bought used to be known as the Gate to Hell.
Certainly glad she said used to be. Although with all those strange goings-on at the Tucker household, I wonder if someone or something is trying to open the gate again. But why? Why now all of a sudden? And why pick on the innocent Tuckers? I don't have the answers, but perhaps someone or something will when we return with Act 3.
I like pickles, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
I like pizza, but it doesn't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
Digel's special combination of antacid and anti-gas ingredients gives you fast, gentle relief from acid indigestion, heartburn, and gas in just minutes.
I like hot dogs, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
For occasional use only as directed.
Introduce yourself to a remarkable nasal spray that lasts and lasts up to 12 continuous hours. Duration nasal spray relieves up to 12 continuous hours. Duration relieves nasal stuffiness and sinus congestion. So just one use lets you work all day. Just one use lets you sleep all night. Duration relieves 12 continuous hours. And that's Duration, with the longest lasting nasal decongestant. Use only as directed when needed.
WBBM Chicago.
Prepare yourself, for this is a sad story. The story of some of the most beautiful furniture in the world, and how this furniture lost its price. The author of this story is Tillis Interiors, and the furniture itself is not your everyday furniture. We are talking about Hendredon, Heritage, Baker, Drexel, and Thomasville. Proud, sought-after furniture. It all began when Tillis Interiors in Munster, Indiana, decided to have a sale. Each piece of fine furniture smiled when it heard the news. Oh, others of lesser quality might have their prices cut, but certainly not me. Well, you can imagine the reaction when some of the most beautiful pieces had their prices cut 10 to 30%. Just think, hundreds of beautiful pieces of furniture with their prices cut 10 to 30%. Now, isn't that a sad story?
This story continues through February at Tillis Furniture, 901 Ridge Road, Munster, Indiana.
In Dante's Inferno, the poet tells us the inscription above the entrance to hell is, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." Well, that inscription is not on the antique clock purchased by Charlie and Charlotte Tucker. Only the strange name Sargatanas, supposed to be a disciple of the devil. But our medium friend, Margaret Egan, thinks the clock was an entrance to hell, which seems surprising. For if I were to imagine an entrance to hell, I'd picture it in some deep jungle, Arctic waste, desolate mountain range, or perhaps even a New York City brownstone house. Hardly a clock.
Oh, it's becoming more incessant, isn't it? Oh, it's really driving me crazy. I want Charlie to get rid of it. Just take it anywhere. Destroy it. I'd let Paul Carlton and Margaret Egan have another go at it first. They're coming tomorrow, aren't they? Yes. And I hope this... What's the matter? There he is again. Who? That man crossing the street. I saw him yesterday. At least I think it's a man. Well, so? Look at him. Hunchback. So oddly dressed, as though he were trying to hide his entire body. Now, why should you think anything of it? I had the feeling he was watching our house. Oh, now, Charlotte, I know we're unnerved by what's been happening, dear. I know. I'm imagining all sorts of things. Oh, I hope these people can solve something for us tomorrow. I can't go on like this. I know I suggested having them in. But maybe it's just intensified thing. It's simple, really. If the clock is spooked, we get rid of the clock and the spooks along with it. I'm not sure it's as simple as that. Oh, you're sounding like them.
I'm going to the village, dear. You want anything in particular?
What about wolfbane and frankincense?
I wish I could laugh at that.
Oh, dear. Here he comes.
Who? What?
Yes, he's coming up the walk. That oddly dressed man. I saw him yesterday. He has been watching the house.
Well, I'll see what he wants.
Well, don't let him in. I have a strange feeling, that's all.
Yes?
I must see the clock.
What? Who are you? What do you want?
I must see the clock.
What do you know about our clock?
I must see it, please.
If you take that scarf off your face, maybe I can understand you better.
Get rid of him, Charlie, please.
I know about your clock, which chimes. I have heard the chime. I must see it.
You an antique dealer?
No.
Well, what do you mean you've heard the chimes?
Charlie, don't.
May I just see it, and I'll leave.
What do you know about it?
Perhaps a great deal.
Well, maybe you could answer some questions for us. About the clock.
Perhaps.
Well, just a look, then. It's in the dining room. Come in. Charlotte, look, he just may be able to shed some light on this.
How do you know about the clock? That's what I want to know.
I have heard it chime. Ah, yes, there it is. It's locked.
Charlie, what is he doing?
Hey, now, look, wait a minute. Look, you can't open that door. It's locked.
After all these years.
He opened it.
Hey, what the...
Good heavens, he's stepping in.
Hey, get out of there.
Him,
What the devil do you think you're doing?
I'm going to summon the others.
He disappeared. He just disappeared. It didn't happen.
I can't believe it.
It didn't
It's
happen.
empty. The guy is gone. But, hey, look in here.
I'm not staying in this house another minute. Charlotte, wait a minute. Charlie, we better call Paul Carlton at once. They can get a plane. We don't dare wait until tomorrow.
Did you get a look at his face at all?
No. Now he kept it wrapped up in a muffler type of a thing.
Mm-hmm. And he vanished inside the clock.
Yeah, like that.
We'd better begin.
Yes.
I'll try harder. Paul, be sure to press Leona for details. I'll try for a deeper trance. You still haven't told us who you think that creature was. I'm sick with fear.
We understand, Mrs. Tucker. Believe me, this is the most unusual case Margaret and I have ever worked on. You have every right to be nervous. I think we'll have some of the answers in just a few minutes.
But who or what was that creature that disappeared inside the clock? That wasn't possible. But we all saw it happen.
Well, now, let's see what develops in Margaret's trance.
You know what the creature was, and you won't tell us. We didn't see it, Mrs. Tucker. How can we know what it was? Please, let us get on with the work at hand.
Yeah, I think we should, Charlotte.
All right. I'm sorry. Go into your trance and tell us how to put an end to this evil thing.
Leona? Leona, are you there? Leona?
I am here. There is much concern here, much excitement.
Leona. Sargatanas.
Sargatanas has returned. His imprisonment is over. There is so much excitement here.
Help us, Leona. Tell us.
Sargatanas is telling them his way to the world was through the clock. His gate to hell.
Leona, please.
103 years ago, the clock was bought by a minister. Sargatanas was ecclesiastically imprisoned.
The clock with his name inside it.
Yes, the clock is one of the gates to hell.
She was right. Margaret was right.
It chimes to reveal its whereabouts. For 103 years, the gate was closed. Ecclesiastically closed. Now the gate is free. The clock strikes to let Sargatanas know where it is. To let the demons know the way is again open.
Now, Leona, I am in the presence of the clock. It is here, in the next room.
It is the way. Sargatanas has come to summon the others.
The others? For what? What others?
The way is now open from hell to earth. The clock strikes to lead the demons to the exit.
When? How soon?
The way is open now. Soon. Dobit, transit.
Leona, when?
Dobit.
We're losing contact again.
What in the world does she mean?
Well, you heard. The clock is a gate to hell. Every chime is summoning an evil spirit.
All right, look, I've had enough of this mumbo-jumbo. I know there's something wacky going on, but all this seance business isn't helping at all. Now, it's making things worse.
Charlie, please. What happened? Did we make contact?
Yes, Leona confirms what you thought, Margaret. The clock is a gate to hell.
She said that?
Yes.
Oh, it's true then. I was sure of it. What is going to happen? Mrs. Tucker, we must get that clock out of this house and into a church as quickly as possible.
Paul.
Yes?
Did Leona say anything about an emergency? No, she just said the way is now open. It will be soon.
Oh, dear Lord, we've got to move fast.
Are you really serious?
Mr. Tucker, if we do not get that clock out of here and onto hollow ground soon, believe me, all hell will literally break loose.
Listen to it. It's calling.
Oh, get it out. I'll be glad to get rid of it. Charlie, we better do what they say.
All right. I'll be glad to see the end of the damn thing, too.
That's what it is. It is damned. Oh, do hurry.
Give me a hand, Paul. It's not heavy.
I'll call the church. Reverend Child is probably there now.
No, he's not going to believe this.
Tip it toward me.
I'll go bring the station wagon around.
It isn't moving. I can't...
well, lay it on its side. We'll carry it.
I can't budge it.
What?
We brought it in without any trouble at all, but now I can't move it.
Boy, here, let me get on your son. All right, now, push.
No, it won't budge.
You've got to get it out.
No, we can't move it an inch.
Well, throw your weight against it with me.
Now. It's no use.
Sargatanis is having his way.
Is there anything you can do, Mrs. Egan?
I am a medium, not an exorcist. Unless that clock is on hollow ground...
The child says to bring it. He didn't understand what I was talking about, but he said...
We can't budge it.
What do you mean?
The clock is rooted to the floor.
Oh, to heaven, what are we going to do?
I'm going to smash it to bits.
Oh, that's impossible now, I think.
Look. The clock. Flames inside.
Oh, the fires of hell. Oh, they're on the way. The whole house will go up. The baby, Mike is upstairs.
I'll get him. Get out. Everybody out.
My baby, I've got to get my baby.
Get out, Charlotte. I'll get Mike.
Come with me, son. Hurry.
All hell is breaking loose, and we can't stop it.
If only I'd gotten the connection soon. Sargatanis. Oh, I should have seen it right away.
Flames are spreading. Come on, Margaret. We must get out with the others.
Everything's gone. Everything.
This is only the beginning, I'm afraid. My baby, we're safe now. We're safe, Mrs. Tucker. But I wonder for how long. What do you mean? This is not the end of it. Look! Oh, my. The Anderson's house is going up, too. There is no escape. It's too late. The world is doomed now. Hell hath triumphed.
Hickory dickory doom, a clock stood in a room. The clock struck well to summon hell. Hickory dickory doom. I couldn't resist a little parody on the popular nursery rhyme. Something to bring us back to the real world. To realize that such things just don't happen. Do they? Uh-oh. I'll be back shortly.
All right, it's question and answer time. I know the questions, you know the answers, or do you? First question, who is the detective hero created by a famous female British mystery writer?
I don't know.
Right. Second question, which author was a creator of Sam Spade and a close friend of Lillian Hellman?
Martin Mayonnaise.
Correct for 1,000 bobolinks. Third question, what is the name of the greatest killer of all time?
Al Capone.
Bugsy Malone.
Bonnie and Clyde, the Bullet.
Correct for 1,000 bobolinks.
The greatest killer of all time is heart and blood vessel disease. It's no joke. More people die of heart and blood vessel disease each year than of all other causes of death combined. We'd like to change that. We're the American Heart Association. Call us to find out where free blood pressure screenings are being held. Remember, we're fighting for your life.
I see by the old clock in the corner that our time is up for now. The next time you happen on a grandfather clock, I hope you'll take a peek inside. If you feel cold, clammy air in there, I'd suggest you tell whoever owns it to get rid of it quickly, preferably to a nunnery. That is, if there's still time. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Patricia Elliott, Sam Gray, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
See, Carlo, there is no doubt. This is a Lucifer man.
Lucifer? You mean the devil, Satan?
It was not always so that Lucifer meant evil. In ancient Latin, Lucifer meant bringer of light, the morning star.
But this animal groveling under the floor here, you're not saying he's a saintly man.
He is a slave of Satan. See the way he looks at me. It knows I am its master. This creature is centuries old. Get up, demon soul. Stand up on your 2 real legs. I shall will you not answer me?
Yes.
Speak now of a later time in your existence. What are you?
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Are you familiar with the phrase, suspension of disbelief? I don't know who first coined it, but it means, of course, the willingness to accept an occurrence or a story that is not based in logic or demonstrated fact. Without it, there would be no children's fairy stories, no myths, no fantasies, no legends. Without it, naturally, this story could never have happened, even though you're about to hear that it did.
Sam, look out! That truck! Turn the wheel, go off the road!
What?
What do you want to be, a ghost yourself? That truck! Do as I say!
Our mystery drama, The Forgetful Ghost, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Introducing the new Century, a Buick like you've never seen before.
A little science.
The fastback design is pure function. But the execution is pure Buick.
A little magic.
The trim new Century has a new design, a new size.
A little science.
Yet inside, there's more head and leg room than last year.
A little magic.
Say, that wouldn't be the new Buick Century, would it?
Yes, sir, that's it.
Boy, it looks so good, I can't believe it.
Yes, sir.
And all that room and luxury in there. I mean, it's hard to believe, you know?
Yes, sir.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
How'd you guys do it anyway?
Sir, you'd never believe it.
They surely will astound you, the amazing things you see. The cars they built, the wonders work, how can such things be? A little science,
A little magic,
a little science,
a little magic,
a little science.
a little magic.
There should be nothing sad about age, as long as the spirit is young and the flesh is strong. But when a wasting disease saps your energy, then, with the physical pain, comes the extended agony of the spirit. The long look back down the bright tunnel of memory grows dimmer, and the shadowed figure looming up out of the darkness ahead becomes a welcome visitor. For the sick, not the well. For them, the agony does not end. Eve Gordon is dying. Tonight, tomorrow night, next week, the appointment is still not made. She lies in her bed beside Sam, her slumbering husband, her eyes closed, half dozing, begging for sleep. Then suddenly, she is wide awake with a startled cry.
What? Huh? Eve?
Sam.
What is it? Eve? Eve, are you all right? Wait, I'll get your medicine.
I don't need that.
What is it?
Listen.
But Eve...
Listen.
I don't hear anything. What should I hear?
How can you hear? You don't listen. Hush.
Nothing. You hear anything?
No. Not now.
Well, what did you think you heard?
There's someone in the house.
Well, if there was, he must have gone.
No, he's still there, I tell you.
How can you know?
I just do. Oh, what's he here for? A robber?
You want I should call the police?
No. Oh, I think he must be gone by now. I don't hear him anymore.
Look, how about you take another pill?
I don't want any more pills.
You got pain?
No. Just, I'm jumpy like. I can't sleep.
How about a nice hot chocolate drink?
Oh, well, it might be nice, but no. I don't want you going downstairs.
Honey, the house is closed up tight. No one could get in.
Just the same, why take chances? He might be armed.
Who?
The man downstairs.
I thought you said he was gone.
Well, I don't hear him anymore.
I'll tell you what, I'll get my hickory walking stick from the hall stand at the bottom of the stairs. That's as good a weapon as an Irish shillelagh. Okay?
Yes, if you promise.
What is it, honey?
Oh, nothing. No, nothing. You get me some chocolate. That'd be nice.
All right. I'll be back as soon as the milk heats.
Sam?
Yes?
Don't forget the walking stick. Just in case.
I won't. So here I am, going down the stairs in my own house. And the last thing that's going to worry me is my wife thought she heard a prowler. What worries me is my wife, Eve. Nearly 40 years together, wonderful years, and we both know it won't be long now before she's taken from me. According to the doctors, she's on borrowed time already. She's only holding on. It's just like Eve. She knows we have an anniversary next week. Oh, Lord, what will I do if I have to face it alone? I'm at the bottom of the stairs now, and suddenly I'm snapped out of all my inner thoughts. My senses are very alert. I'm aware that it's very quiet. Very quiet. That hour before dawn, I hear little noises. A whisper of wind outside. The house moving in its sleep. The sound of my own footsteps and my breathing. Did I make a noise? Or was it someone else? Could Eve have been right? Was there someone else in the house? I reach for my walking stick, jarring the other canes and umbrellas in the stand. I think I hear that sound again, like the scurrying of a mouse or a rat. Without turning on the light, I head for the kitchen, the stick raised over my head, and there, as I snap on the light, I see him. A strange, little crumpled-up man with a stark white face, a long, thin nose.
No, please. Please don't hit me.
What are you doing here?
I can explain, honest. Just please don't hit me. It wouldn't do any good, you know. It'd go right through me, you see. But it hurts just the same.
What do you mean it would go right through you?
Well, just what I said. There's nothing to me, you see.
Well, you don't look like much, that's a fact.
Well, it never was. Come right down to it. Never weighed a pound over 135, even before I passed over.
Passed over?
That's right. Oh, you didn't think I was real, did you? I mean, you take a good look, you can see right through me.
I can. You mean you're a ghost?
I guess that's about the size of it.
Well, what are you doing here, haunting me? I don't even know you. Do I?
No, I don't think so, not to the best of my recollection.
Then what are you doing here?
Well, now, you see, that's a long story. I don't think we should go into that right now.
I haven't time for any hard luck stories. I have enough problems of my own.
Yeah, I know.
I have to make some hot chocolate for my wife. She's sick. You know? How?
I don't know. Just somehow I do.
Oh. Well, just let me get the kettle on, and while I'm making the chocolate, we'll see if we can't get you straightened out. Now, you want some aspirin for your headache?
Oh, I don't know if I better. I don't know how it would work, me being a ghost and all.
Now, this is crazy. I mean, it can't be happening. I can't be talking to you.
Why not?
Because you just aren't. I mean, there is no such thing as a ghost.
Well, you don't believe the evidence of your own eyes?
I'm afraid of what my eyes see. The doc must be right. I'm getting hypertension, high blood pressure. I'm seeing things.
You're seeing me.
I can't be seeing you. Ghosts are invisible.
Oh, we are. I mean, I am, except to you.
Then how can I see you?
I don't know. You're different somehow.
I wish I weren't.
Sorry to be a nuisance.
Look, I wish you'd just go away and leave me alone. The water's hot already. I have to make the chocolate now. Take it up to my wife.
Well, where would I go? It's cold out and it's raining.
Well, don't you have somebody of your own that you can go and haunt?
Well, I have a daughter, Margot.
Fine. Go haunt her.
I can't. She's all the way up in Pawtucket.
Pawtucket?
Rhode Island. It's too far, and I haven't any money.
I'll be glad to lend you some. I'll give it to you if you'll just go away.
No, please don't throw me out.
What's the matter? You don't want to visit your daughter?
I don't think so. I'm not welcome there anyway. And, see, it's so dangerous.
What do you mean dangerous?
Sam, are you all right?
Now we've disturbed my wife. Yes, Eve, I'm fine.
But you've been so long gone, I started to worry.
What are you doing out of bed?
I've been laying there going out of my mind, and I thought I heard you talking to someone. But there's no one here.
What do you mean?
Oh, Sam, darling. Oh, what have I done to you with this long illness?
What have you done to me? You haven't done anything, sweetheart.
Oh, yes, I have. Oh, I've got you talking to yourself. You're on the edge of a nervous breakdown.
I'm not any such thing.
All right, now, no, shh, baby. Just come up to bed.
I was just going to bring you the chocolate.
Bring it, and a cup for you. You need it more than I do.
But I haven't been talking to myself, Eve.
What else? Who else is there here?
Well, there's...
Forget it, Mr. Gordon. She can't see me or hear me.
There's what? What, Sam?
Nothing. Nothing, honey. Maybe we should get off to bed. You go first. And you get out of here, Pruitt, or whatever your name is.
What, Sam?
I said I'll bring the tray.
Please, can't I stay at least till it stops raining?
Oh, all right. I'll be down as soon as I can. Have some chocolate while you're waiting.
I don't want my chocolate here. I want it upstairs.
I'm bringing it, dear.
You better go.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
No hurry. I'm not going anywheres.
Oh, the chocolate was good. Oh, I'm sleepy now.
That's good, precious. You just lay back. You need your rest.
So do you.
Oh, don't worry about me.
Oh, It's been a long time, Sam. A wonderful time. A beautiful time. It's time for me to go.
No. No, don't say that.
A burden is all I am. And the strain is too much for you.
Eve, you don't understand. I don't know how to explain it, but there is someone down there who... Oh, all right, my darling. That's right, you sleep. How could I explain it anyway? How can I explain it to myself? There is or there isn't. Maybe Eve is right. I'm just crazy. Look, the thing to do is to get you back to your daughter.
Oh, but I told you, I don't
And
think
I've been doing some thinking. And here's what I figure. Now, tomorrow is Myrtle Day.
It's what?
Myrtle, my wife's sister. She comes one day every week to, spell me with Eve. Makes Eve feel better. I should have a day off. So I'll drive you to Pawtucket.
Oh, I hate to take you out of your way.
Look, it's something to do. Usually I don't know how to fill my time. I just stay away to make Eve feel better, to please her. Now, look, you'll be able to travel by car? I mean, that's no problem?
Oh, I used to get car sick. But maybe now I wouldn't anymore.
Let's hope so. Tomorrow morning, soon as Myrtle gets here, we leave for Pawtucket. Well, if her husband mistreats her like that, why doesn't your daughter just walk out on him?
With 4 children and a 5th on the way? What would she live on?
What's her husband do for a living?
Oh, he's a bartender. When he works.
What do they live on now?
His father left him the house free and clear as long as he lives in it. If he doesn't, it goes to his sister.
That's a rough situation. So how does she get out of it?
No way. Without money.
Couldn't you go and scare the daylights out of him?
Oh, he'd never see me. He doesn't believe in ghosts.
Well, can't you shake him up? I mean, as long as you're invisible. You could push him off the curb or trip him or shove him into an open manhole or something.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
I'm not allowed. I can only do what I'm told to.
So what are we driving all the way to Pawtucket for?
Well, I have to do something while I'm waiting to get back. And I kind of want to help my daughter.
You're some kind of a ghost, all right. You're no help to anyone. You're not even a ghost. You're a jinx.
Hey, look out, Sam. A truck. Turn the wheel. Go off the road.
What?
What do you want to be, a ghost yourself? The truck. Do as I say.
What was that? What happened? Has our mild, ineffectual little ghost turned out to be some evil spirit who has lured poor Sam Gordon to a violent death? Or is he just a creature of Sam's disturbed, worried, haunted mind who has led Sam to seek a way out from the long horror of watching the wife he loves die by degrees? We'll know more when I return shortly with Act 2.
I'm chewing gum again. Big deal? It is to me. I had to give up gum because it stuck to my dental work. But with Free Dent gum from Wrigley's, I can enjoy chewing gum again. It doesn't stick. Fact is, until I found Free Dent, I'd forgotten how fresh and clean my mouth and breath could feel anytime. Free Dent in peppermint and spearmint. You'll like it.
Feel free to chew Free Dent.
It won't stick to most dental work.
Free Dent gum.
In the car, along the grass off the highway, a shaken Sam sits in the car he has finally braked to a stop. 100 feet or so behind him, jackknifed across 2 lanes of the road, in a shatter of broken glass and twisted guardrail, in exactly the spot where Sam would have been if he hadn't driven off the road, is a huge trailer truck which has burst into flames.
What happened?
The tractor truck that was coming toward us jumped the center guardrail.
Good Lord, if I'd have been there, it would have wiped me out.
Just wasn't your time.
No, you saved my life. You were the one made me turn the wheel.
Corporal Hampton State Patrol. You need help, sir?
No, I'm all right, thanks to...
You sure?
Yes, no damage.
You must have had ESP or something. I was after the truck driver for speeding when all of a sudden, just like that, he lost control. Man, you're lucky you followed your hunch.
No, it wasn't a hunch. My friend here was the one who...
What friend? I don't see anyone else in the car. You sure you're all right?
Yes.
We've got another ambulance here. Maybe we'd better run you down to the hospital and check you out.
No need. How's the driver?
Cold turkey. We got him out before the fire, but I think he had a heart attack or something. Well, like once again, you sure lucked out. That rig would have hit you for sure and wiped you out total. Listen, you sure you don't want to see a doc?
No reason.
You didn't get hit on the head or something?
No. Why would you think that?
I thought I heard you talking like to someone when I came up.
Who would I talk to? You can see I'm all alone, can't you?
That's what I mean.
If you heard anything, it was just a prayer of thankfulness.
Well, you can say that again. Okay, mister, if you're all right, I got plenty to do back there.
Pruitt?
I wish you'd call me Peter.
How come you knew that truck was going to jump the guardrail?
Oh, the driver told me.
The what?
The driver. See, he had a heart attack and died just before the accident, so he told me while he was passing over.
Oh. Tell me, you still want to go on and see your daughter?
Well, if you don't mind, I hate to be a trouble, but may we?
How can I refuse anyone who just saved my life? Well, Peter?
What's that?
We're going to just sit here, watch your daughter and the children playing in the backyard?
Oh, what else?
Well, don't you want to go and see them and talk to them?
What's the use? They couldn't see me. They wouldn't even know I was there.
How do you know?
Your wife, she couldn't. The cop, he couldn't. All the people who trample me when I'm in a crowd, they can't. Nobody can.
Except me?
Except you.
How come I can see you?
I don't know, Sam. But what would I do without you?
Thanks.
See, the kid on the swing? That's Susan. She has freckles. She's 6. The twins are Patrick and Michael. They're 4 now, I guess. And Melinda's the 8-year-old. Little mother, look at her. She's a lifesaver for Margot.
And one more on the way. What are they going to call that one?
A boy? I don't know. A girl, I guess it ought to be Deirdre of the Sorrows.
They look like a happy little family to me, playing in the backyard.
Sure they are. When he's not there, he spoils everything for him. There. See, will you look at that?
That's the villain of the piece, huh? Yeah, big son of a gun.
Yeah, and he's as mean as he's big. Oh, look at that. He just smacked one of the twins for nothing.
Can't you do anything to stop it?
I told you, Sam, I'm not allowed.
Well, couldn't you have before?
Why do you think I'm where I am?
You mean he murdered you?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
I tried to break up a fight one day, and he knocked me half across the room. I fell and hit my head. I was out for nearly 5 minutes. And then I thought it was all right. 2 weeks later, I had what they call a stroke. It wasn't. It was a blood clot from the time I fell.
Didn't you go to the police?
I'd passed over before I found out.
With no way to get back at him?
No. It's very frustrating being a ghost.
It can get pretty frustrating just being alive, too, Peter. When I think of all the wonderful things I might have done for my poor wife,
If what?
Nothing. It's only money.
Money? Don't knock it. Can solve a lot of problems.
And cause just as many. I ought to know.
Me too. But how come you?
I have a friend, Mo Beck. Friend. Every morning and evening on the train, commuting, we play a little gin game. Twice a week, Tuesdays and Friday evenings. Little friendly game. You know, when I was having trouble meeting Eve's hospital bills and all, I figured up over the years how much Mo took me for.
Oh, how much?
$1 here, $1 there. Some big games, a $20 bill. Later, 100, maybe up to 5. Altogether, like $10,000. But you believe it? The worst part of it is, I know he cheats.
Oh, you still play?
Well, what do you figure from a sucker? I figure sometime I either have to win or catch him at it. Who knows? Maybe tonight could be the night.
$10,000.
It's a lot of money. Except who needs it? What could it buy for me?
Oh, I was just thinking what it could buy for my Margot.
What? That skunk would just take it away from her.
Oh, no. She'd pull up stakes and grab the children and leave.
And he would just follow?
Not him. Not if he didn't know about the money, first off. And second, he wouldn't dare. He'd lose the only real stake he's got, the house. Oh, dear.
What?
They're going in the house. I hope he hasn't been drinking. Oh, if I could only do something about him, but I can't think what to save my life.
It's a little late to think of that. But wait a minute. Maybe it isn't too late for your daughter.
Huh?
You just saved my life. Maybe I can do the same for her.
How?
Look, since she took real sick, I haven't been traveling. But my day off today, I still play gin with Mo. I'm still hoping to catch him out.
Oh, even if you're dead, what?
What do you mean, what?
Well, what good would it do? The money's gone.
No. He's good for it.
You mean that he'd admit that he cheated?
Mo? Never.
Then how could he be good for it?
Oh, you have to know Mo to understand. I mean, when you say gambler, that's just a word. Mo is a gambler. He could cheat to win, kill to win, anything to win. But he loses, he pays up. Pays up, and in cash. The way that man is made. And if he ever paid up to me, that would be a lot of dough, wouldn't it?
Well, so's winning a lottery, but who wins?
The surest way is to cheat.
You know how?
Up until you came along, no. Now, I do. You're sure you understand now?
Well, I guess. I never was much of a card player.
Look, gin is the simplest game in the world. You have to have at least 3 of a kind, like, say, 3 aces or 3 fours, let's say. Or else a run of at least 3 in a suit. Now, you have 10 cards in your hands, all right? Any combination of runs and numbers that adds up to 10 cards, that gives you gin.
Oh. But what about if you just have 9 cards and 1 left over?
All right, if it's a low card, you go for a laydown. Understand? I mean, you're betting it's lower than the count he has in his hand.
Oh, just like rummy.
It is rummy. Only if you can get all 10 cards first for a laydown in gin, then you score big.
So that's why it's called gin rummy.
That's right. Now look, you understand what you'll have to do.
Well, sure, he can't see me, so I'll tell you what he's got, what he's looking for. I'll maybe cut the cards an extra time and figure out just how he's cheating you.
That's the idea.
Just hope I can swing it. See, we were never allowed to play cards in my house when I was growing up, so I'm kind of an amateur.
Peter, you're kind of an amateur about everything. You know that? Come on, Peter, cheer up. We're going to get your daughter out of it.
It isn't that, Sam.
What is it now?
I just remembered something.
Now what?
Sam, that you?
Yes, Myrtle. Anything wrong?
No, everything's under control.
Eve, is she all right?
Nothing to worry about. The doctor's with her. I thought you... I heard you talking to someone. Didn't I hear voices down here?
No, I'm all alone.
Oh, now isn't that funny? I could swear I heard...
That's what I was doing.
What?
Swearing. I tripped coming in the door.
Oh.
But never mind that. What happened to Eve?
Oh, it was one of the bad days, Sam. The pain. I sent for Dr. Maitland.
Well, she's not...
No. Everything's under control. But she was asking for you.
All right, be a good girl. Tell her I'll be right up.
Oh, sure. But what are you going to do?
I thought maybe she might want some hot chocolate. She likes that.
I'll get that for her. What she needs from you is you.
If it's me you're worried about, Sam, don't. I wouldn't get in anybody's way.
You better not. Just don't go around scaring anyone like last night.
Oh, I won't. I'll make myself invisible. Hey, now, you better get on up to your wife.
One thing first. What was it you thought you remembered?
Huh? Oh, that. Just why I came here. I mean, why I was sent over.
Why?
Well, Sam, I don't like to tell you, under the circumstances.
It wasn't to fetch someone back?
Well, something like that.
Oh, no, not Eve, please, not my wife. Was it Eve?
I don't know, Sam. Honest. That's all part of what I don't remember.
The terrible thought has swept over Sam suddenly, that the poor lost spirit he has befriended may be a dread messenger come to take his wife from him. Peter no longer is an object of pity, but has reassumed his own presence, a figure of haunting terror, the terror of the real unknown. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Shortly with Act 3.
I have a team going with a Carvel store to Ricestown,
Maryland.
Huh? What's your name?
John Marazzo.
What's your partner's name?
Joseph Nuzzo.
What is this that you told me he's such a ham that if you put him what?
If you put him in a walk-in box, the product would no longer be kosher.
Now, I asked you before, who's the cake decorator in your Carvel store?
Well, that's going to be a problem, but we hope to overcome this and be able to decorate all cakes made fresh daily on the premises and decorated to your specification.
Did you tell me that your partner's colorblind?
He has a
problem. If you want a green cake, he's liable to give you a purple one?
Yeah, with green icing, yeah. He has a problem picking colors, but...
He does?
Customer will have right of approval.
John, your Carvel store during the month of January is going to have a buy one, get one free on Sundays.
Right.
Every Wednesday, right?
There'll be a free ice cream, buy one, get one free ice cream sundae every Wednesday during January.
Thank you.
All right, mystery fans, we'll get back to tonight's WOR Radio Mystery Theater in just a moment.
With a haunted and heavy heart, Sam climbs the stairs to his wife's bedroom. But an unexpectedly reassuring report from the doctor and his wife's apparent health have banished any unhappy thoughts from his mind. Temporarily, at any rate. And now he sits by her bed, her hand in his hand, as all true lovers do. With anxious eyes, he traces the face wasted by pain. Her eyes unnaturally bright, but still lit with love, never leave his face, as if memorizing every feature before they dim and fade away.
Don't look so worried, Sam.
I'm not, darling, not now.
Dr. Maitland said I was all right, didn't he?
He said you were stronger than ever.
You know why?
Why?
Because I have to live 10 more days. It's our anniversary, remember?
The 40th.
You don't think I wouldn't be there with you for that?
Of course you will.
You know what it is, Sam? The 40th?
Yes. I've already bought your present.
I'll bet I can guess what it is.
You want me to give it to you now?
Indeed, I do not. Before the anniversary, that's bad luck. I'll wait till the day. And don't you worry, I'll be there.
We'll both be there.
Oh, I'll bet I can guess what my present is. You know, the 40th is rubies.
Yes, I know.
A ruby ring. Oh, I always wanted a ruby ring. I'll bet you can't guess what mine is for you, Sam.
I bet I can't either. But do you want me... Eve? Eve? Oh, thank God, I thought... Oh, you're all right. You're all right still. My present. I wonder if you'll be here to give it to me. I wonder if I'll ever find out. Peter. Psst. Peter.
Here I am, Sam, right here. How's your wife?
She's asleep. The doctor gave her something so she could sleep.
You want me to make myself scarce?
I wish you could just disappear.
I could leave.
No, I need you.
For what? Oh, the game.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that.
Well, then what?
Have you remembered? You didn't come for Eve, did you?
I don't know, Sam. I hope not, but I don't know.
You couldn't take her away from me.
If I was told to, I'd have to. Oh, a fine friend I've turned out to be after all you were planning to do for me. I better leave. Oh, maybe that's someone coming after me.
I doubt it. Anyone you know wouldn't stop to ring doorbells. Must be Mo, here for the game.
You going to call it off now?
Nope. If between us we can't do anything else, at least we can be of some use to your daughter. He thinks he's the wolf at my door. He doesn't know he's going to be our little pigeon. Let's go let him in.
Well, what do
we playing for, Sam? The usual?
I feel lucky tonight, Mo. You want to raise the ante?
Sure. What'll it be? A tenth, quarter of a cent? What?
How about a cent a point?
Triples?
Sure.
You really want to take a bath, huh? Okay, you got a deal. Pick up your cards and play.
Okay.
Queen of spades, doubles.
Look, I don't want the lady. Do you?
Oh, I might give her a whirl.
He's got 3 queens, 2 kings, 2 fours, a 9, 10, and a jack, and he dealt off the bottom.
That figures.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing. Hey, you going to discard?
Sure. How's the 9 of spades grab you?
He wants you to take it so you'll discard the 4.
No, that's not my speed. Let's see the down card. I can use it. I'll give you the 9 of diamonds. That hit you where you live?
Nah, I'm going fishing.
You have a run in hearts using the 4. If you could only fill in with the 7.
He didn't say anything yet. Goes with the cards tonight. They're going to turn on me?
What's your discard?
That lousy 7 spot I drew. Sure hope it isn't any use to you.
Oh, I might just take that. Lucky 7 of hearts. Gin.
Oh, you caught me where I live. For a bundle. Let's see. 3 ladies is all I lay. 2 fours is 8, 2 kings makes 28, 2 tens and a jack is 58, plus gin 25 is 83 in 3 boxes.
Doubled. Spades, right?
Right. 166 in 3 boxes? I'm lucky it only goes on 1 game. What's the matter? You out for blood tonight?
Look, I gotta win sometime, don't I?
Yeah, looks like tonight might be the night.
I'll go with 4.
You're murdering me. What do you got, ESP or something? That's another 62 points, puts you out on all 3 games. A Schneider.
A whitewash? How does it feel for a change, Mo?
The evening's young. You're only into me for a couple of hundred. The luck will change. Your deal.
I don't understand. He's still cheating.
With your help, he's not getting away with it.
What are you, mumbling to yourself?
Just tasting the fruits of victory.
Well, enjoy him while you can, friend. It can't keep up this way.
I'm betting it can.
Want to put your money where your mouth is?
Why not?
Raise the stakes?
Sure, name your poison.
5 cents a point.
You got it.
Fine. Now you don't stand a ghost of a chance.
That's what you think, brother.
Gin? Again?
The name of the game.
Well, I don't see how it's possible. That rounds off another board. You know you're 5,200 odd ahead.
I still haven't caught up to what you're into me for the last 10 years, Mo.
You're not out of the woods yet. But I gotta hit the John a moment. Hold everything. I'll be right back.
Pete, you're great. It's working like a charm.
Yeah, it seems to be, but look, I haven't done anything.
What do you mean? You saw he really was cheating, just like I suspected? Now we've been able to cheat him back.
We haven't, Sam. I mean, sure, I could see what he was doing, dealing off the bottom, giving himself sometimes as many as 14 cards on the deal, faking them together so you couldn't see that, laying off 2 or 3 at a time, picking up the same way. But I haven't been able to do anything about it.
What do you mean? I've been winning, haven't I?
Yeah, but not with my help.
What? You mean it's all been sheer luck?
It has to be.
Oh, good Lord. All that money. You know what's the luckiest thing? That I didn't know. I'd have passed out if I'd known.
You better quit while you're ahead.
It's only 5,000.
Only?
Like I said, over the years, I've lost twice as much. I wanted to get it all back for your daughter.
Sam, it's making me too nervous. 5,000 will be more than enough for it. Just let's settle for that.
All right, if you're sure. Watch it. Watch. He's coming back.
Okay, let's get on with it. It's my deal.
Hey, Mo, isn't that enough for tonight?
With you into me for all that dough, you got to give me a chance to get even.
Mo, I'm really tired.
Okay. I tell you what we'll do. 1 hand, double or quits. Now, you can't turn me down on that.
Look, Mo.
What are you going to do? Welsh on an old friend? Come on, Sam. What are you going to throw?
I'm not sure. Here.
No, that would give him chin.
That's the best you can do. I go fishing again. How's lucky 7?
Hits me right in the middle. That's gin.
Yeah, it makes you 10,000 richer.
I can't take it. The card I just threw. Let me see your hand. Let me see. Mo, that was your gin card.
Okay.
So we're even.
No, sir.
Mo, listen to me.
Sam, I had a little brush with the Dark Angel the other day. A little heart attack. No, listen to me. It was nothing. I'm okay. But it was enough to make me start doing a little adding up. I play cards, for example, and I like to win. But too much. So I cheat. For 10 years, I've been taking you. Now, I'm a methodical man, and they keep records. Guess how much I've bilked you out of?
About $10,000.
Give or take. It's what I owe you. Tonight I'm paying you back here.
What is it?
Certified cash check. For once, I cheated the right way for the other guy. You got enough sorrow in your life as it is. May this help ease it a little.
No, I don't need money.
I know. But what else do I have to offer?
So, the check is off and mailed to your daughter. Her future is settled.
Gee, Sam, I don't know how to thank you.
Doesn't matter. It was found money for me. I don't need it. Now, what do we do about you?
Oh, I wish I could just disappear.
So do I. You're the only ghost I ever heard about who can't.
Well, I could just walk out the door.
What, and be trampled to death?
Well, the streets are pretty clear this time of night.
Has to be a better way. Look, isn't there any way you could get in touch with your superiors? Find your way back to wherever you came from?
I can't seem to think of one.
What, in this day of communications? It seems to me incredible. Wait a minute.
What?
How about the telephone?
The phone? Who would I call?
You know how it is today. You want to make a complaint stick, you have to go straight to the top man.
Oh, Sam. He wouldn't be in a telephone book.
How do you know? That's what everyone keeps saying. Just because they don't look it up, they luck out. Come on, let's take a chance.
But how would he be listed?
Under G, I guess.
It'd be a pretty expensive long-distance call.
And worth it.
But, I mean, I hate to put you to the expense.
Don't worry about that. We're on nighttime rates. Here it is.
Where?
Here, right between Gockton and Goda. Now, the number is 800...
That's the man himself?
Yes.
Oh, but what would it cost him?
Costs nothing. It's an 800 number. It's toll-free. Why don't you go ahead and dial? You get through?
I don't know. There's no answer yet. I could... Oh. Is this the number I was trying to reach? Oh, yes, sir. I guess it was the number. This is Peter Pruitt. I don't know if you ever... Yes, sir. I know. Even the least of us. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, you see, sir, I got this crack in the head, and I forgot why we... Oh, yes, sir. I see. I'm sorry I wasn't quite with it, but... Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Oh, I have to? Oh, but then that's all right. Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm real glad.
Well?
Well, Sam, I know everything now.
You came to take my wife away from me.
No. I came to take you away from her.
What? Oh, that's crazy. I'm healthy. I'm not ready to die.
Whoever is.
You can't take me away.
I got no choice.
You don't even know how to get back there.
Now I do. And you're going back with me. It's why I was sent.
But I can't leave Eve. You can't do that to us. She's been waiting for our anniversary. She's been fighting, holding on just to be there.
Sam, what can I say? You're already 24 hours late.
But I'm healthy. I'm well.
Sometimes we are taken in the fullness of health. Who's to question God?
I do. I'm not ready to go without Eve.
Sam, isn't it better this way? You'll be waiting to greet her.
To greet her?
When she comes to join you. For your anniversary?
I can count on that?
Sam, I haven't been very effective up to now, but this one thing I can promise you.
Then maybe I guess I haven't any choice. And so maybe I.
That's the only difficult part, Sam. Now, we're all going home.
Suspension of belief. To accept this story, of course, that is necessary. None of us really believes in ghosts, or do we? In that moment, when the end of life comes, where are we headed? Where do we go? It'd be nice to think we had a guide, a friendly hand, even a left-handed one like Peter Pruitt, and to believe at the end of it all that we go to a welcome land. I'll be back shortly.
Here we are in the middle of the cold and flu season. Reports about flu are coming in from all over the country. It helps to know this. When it comes to flu, doctors recommend aspirin more than 2 to 1 over any other fever and pain reliever. That's right. Doctors recommend aspirin more than 2 to 1. That's good to know when you're suffering from the aches, pain, and fever that come with a cold or flu.
Bayer aspirin. It has relieved more aches, pain, and fever than any medication in history. Use only as directed.
I don't know a better way to end tonight's story than with a quote from Shakespeare. Our revels now are ended. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Can we wish more to Sam and Eve and Peter Pruitt, that forgetful ghost who at last remembered the way home? Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Martha Greenhouse, Ian Martin, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If your nerves are steady enough, I'd like to be your guide into and through, we hope, a place and a time where things happen which we ordinarily think of as supernatural. where grisly events do not necessarily have their moment and go their way as time moves ahead, but may stay and still stay. The home we enter first is not the sinister place I'm talking about. It's a well-appointed apartment, bright, cheerful, normal in every way, occupied by Ken Harris, who at this moment is reading a novel, and his wife, Martha, who is working on a needlepoint project.
Well, now, who can that be at this time of night?
Only one way to find out. Oh, couldn't have waited 2 more pages. I was about to find out who done it. Oh, hello, Stu. Here, come on in. Let me take your coat.
No, I can't stay. I just wanted to let you know that I've been out to the lake.
Shadow Lake?
What on earth for?
Well, the thing is, Ken, your cottage has been broken into, unless somebody you know is out there.
Well, no, nobody. But what makes you think?
I saw lights, and I saw a shadow move across the living room window. No question about it, Ken. There was somebody in your cottage.
Our mystery drama, Return to Shadow Lake, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Fielden Farrington and stars Nat Polen and Joan Lovejoy. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
There are times when you feel like rolling, when the whole world's standing by, and you know just where you're going, and you know you're riding high. When the rest of the world is flying, you hit the road and you climb, 'cause you're a free spirit, one of a kind.
A Buick isn't just A to B transportation. It's a means of expressing yourself, a way to live life on your terms. And that's why we make so many different kinds of Buicks, all shapes, all sizes. From Buick's Opel all the way up to Buick Electra. There are sedans, coupes, hatchbacks, 2 doors, 4 doors, even a 3-door wagon. The 1975 Buicks. They give you all sorts of free-spirited ways to ride out the times with style. For you, that's important.
Free spirit, one of a kind.
Dominic's, first in Chicagoland with reduced prices, has 2 great Memorial Day weekend buys in store for you this week. Picnic time is Dominic's time to provide you with all your picnic fixins. This week, Dominic's is featuring a 1-pound package of Dominic's own wieners for just 79 cents. Wieners on an outdoor grill, plump up, juicy, and flavorful. Grilled Dominic's wieners wouldn't be complete without fresh or toasted buns. This week, Dominic's is featuring 3 packages of Heritage House hot dog or hamburger buns for just $1. Also featured at Dominic's this week, fully smoked hams, shank portion smoke, just 69 cents a pound. Be sure to stop by Dominic's Fresh Produce Department featuring fresh California strawberries for just 66 cents a quart. More proof that Dominic's is your way to save with its new total savings policy.
When you come to think of it, there's something rather sad about a summer cottage in midwinter. Its purpose is negated. Its rooms, built to contain the sounds of pleasure, are silent. Its meaning has been stripped from it. It is empty, or should be. But according to Stu Ralston, the summer cottage owned by Ken and Martha Harris out on Shadow Lake is not empty, and whoever is in it has no business there.
You say you saw lights in the windows, Stu?
That's right.
Well, but all the utilities have been turned off for the winter. There's no electricity.
Well, we left a couple of hurricane lamps in the utility room, Ken. Couldn't somebody have found those?
It was a dim light. It could very well have been a lamp or even a couple of candles.
Huh. Did you notice if there was a light in the utility room windows, Stu?
No, I don't think there was. All I was aware of was the light in the living room and the shadow of a man walking past the front window, or maybe a woman. I couldn't be sure.
Stu, what on earth were you doing out there in the first place?
Oh, I just thought I'd drive out, you know.
looking for Claudia. Did you actually think you'd find Claudia out there?
No, of course not. I suppose that was in the back of my mind, but I didn't really expect to find her. Our cottage was empty.
Stu, Claudia has been missing since... Well, it's almost a year now. Do you think it's healthy to keep on this way?
I haven't thought much about what's healthy and what isn't, Martha. The police have Claudia listed as a missing person. Case closed. Well, that's all right for them. They weren't married to her. They didn't love her. I do. I can't just give her up that easily.
But out at Shadow Lake, in the middle of winter?
She used to go there when she was upset about things. Even in the wintertime. She liked to be alone sometimes.
Stu, I know it's a hard thing for you to believe, but don't you think it's likely that Claudia just took off on her own? She was always restless.
Claudia might have left me, yes. But she would never have gone without telling me she was going.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
So, what does that leave? She was abducted. Maybe killed. I don't know. If she could, I believe she'd have got in touch with me by this time. I just wanted to let you know about the cottage.
How about a brandy, Stu?
No, thanks. I have to get back to my place.
Stu, don't let it just devour you this way.
You're very sweet to be concerned, Martha. I'll be all right.
Ken, will you come to bed? Or are you going to spend the whole night roaming around worrying?
Well, I'm disturbed about the cottage. I think I'll drive out there tomorrow.
To Shadow Lake?
Yeah.
What in the world for?
I want to see if any damage has been done. You know, just check up on things.
Well, I think it's silly. You haven't been feeling too well, and I don't think going out there all upset would be any good for you.
I'm all right. A drive into the country will do me good. Well, you don't have to go.
Oh, I'll go if you insist on going.
Well, I'd really rather you didn't.
Why?
Well, what if they should still be out there?
I'll pick up a club and go for them, same as you. Oh, 7:30. Ken, wake up.
What? Oh.
Did you set the radio clock for 7:30?
Yeah, I want to get an early start.
Oh, I forgot. You still want to go out there, huh?
The time is 7:32 on a miserable Sunday morning. Heavy snow warnings are out throughout the area. Motorists are advised to stay off the highways if possible. An accumulation of 5 to 8 inches of snow is predicted. The temperature right now is 18 degrees, and it won't get out of the 20s all day. Cloudy and cold tomorrow with a strong possibility of continuing snow. So if you're in bed, stay there. If you're not, go on back.
Well, so much for driving out to Shadow Lake.
I've driven in snow before.
Well, you're still not thinking about going, are you? Didn't you hear what the man just said?
Yeah, he said it's snowing.
5 to 8 inches.
Oh, it never snows as much as they say it's going to. I've got studded snow tires. Even got chains in the trunk if I need them.
Ken, why are you so determined? It's way out of proportion. Can't you see that?
Well, I told you, you don't have to go.
Well, actually, what you told me was you'd rather I didn't go. No? I'll go. Ken, come on. Enough is enough. Let's turn back. I can't even see where we're going.
That's all right, as long as I can. Now just be still and let me drive.
We've managed to get as far as Gibbsville, the last civilized outpost before the lake. Now look at it, Ken. It's practically buried under now, and the snow's coming down harder than ever. Now will you be sensible for once in your life and let's turn around?
I want to stop at Potts Grocery.
Why, for heaven's sake?
I want to pick up a few things. Is that the store? Doesn't look the same as in the summer.
Nothing does. What do you want to buy, anyway?
Well, If it's really going to keep on snowing like this, we might be stuck at the cottage overnight. In that case...
Oh, Ken.
Well, if we should have to stay over, we'd better load up on food.
Ken, I don't want to spend the night out there. We'll freeze. That's a summer cottage. We can't spend the night out there.
Sure we can. We've got the fireplace. It'll keep the living room comfortable enough. We have to sleep over. There are plenty of blankets.
And what are you going to burn? The furniture?
For heaven's sake, Martha. There's a good half-quart of firewood in the utility room.
There is? Funny, I never noticed it.
How often do you go into the utility room when we're out there in the summertime?
Well, just the same.
Come on. Let's get those groceries. The roads up ahead aren't getting any better, and we sit here arguing.
You know, I still can't understand how I could spend practically a whole summer in that cottage and never notice all that firewood.
I guess you're just not very observant. Been there since the middle of last winter. Go ahead.
Howdy, Mr. Harris.
Hi.
Mr. Harris, I'm surprised to see you folks out this way, weather carrying on like it is. What can I do for you?
Well, we want a box load of provisions, just in case we have to stay overnight at the cottage. Martha, you know what we'll need better than I do.
Well, just take one of those baskets, Miss Harris, and help yourself to whatever catches your fancy.
150 degrees below zero and cooking over an open fire. Boy, this is going to be a lot of fun.
You better get some candles, too, dear.
The cottage, you're saying?
Yeah. Stu Ralston was out here last night, and he thinks our place was broken into. I thought I'd better just check it out.
Now, you ain't seriously figuring on going all the way out to Shadow Lake in this kind of weather, are you, Mr. Harris?
Well, yes, I thought we would.
Well, tain't none of my affair, of course, but I sure wouldn't if it was me doing it. Not for love or money, I wouldn't.
Oh, well, it won't be easy, I suppose, but I want to make sure nothing's been tampered with.
Ain't going to let up for a spell. You can count on that. Not that I think for a minute you're going to make it out to Shadow Lake.
You don't?
Not for a minute. Not up that wagon track to the lake itself.
Okay.
Well,
this ought to hold us. You want to add it up, Mr. Potts?
Sure thing. Got everything you need now?
I guess so, yes.
All right, let's see. $1.76.43.
If you ask me, I don't think we're going to need any of it. What did Mr. Potts say about going out to the lake?
Took a damn view.
And you're not going to pay any attention, I suppose.
You know something, Martha? You're really getting a little tiresome about this.
What?
$12.97 it comes to, folks. Seems like an almighty lot.
We're used to it. Let's see, 10. Let's see if I have 3 ones. 1, 2, yeah. Here you are.
And here's your 3 cents change. I thank you.
Come on, Martha.
You take my advice, folks. You'll turn right around and go back. Gonna be a mess up there toward Shadow Lake.
Please, Ken. He knows what he's talking about. He's a native.
Come on.
We may not even be able to turn around if we go much further.
I don't intend to turn around.
Okay. You wouldn't listen to me or Lou Potts. So now we're stuck.
Stop sounding like doomsday. I can rock us out of here. Is that the turnoff to the cottage up ahead there?
Yes, there's the old oak with broken limb. Are you actually going to try to drive up that ruddy little lane to the cottage?
Doesn't look good, does it? No. I guess I better not try it.
Oh, thank goodness. Well, we've had a nice Sunday morning drive. Now I just hope we can get back.
Oh, listen, there's plenty of gas in the tank. You sit here. Keep the motor idling so the heater works and you'll be perfectly comfortable. I'm going to walk back to the cottage.
Oh, Lord, give me strength.
I've got boots and fleece-lined gloves and a warm coat, and I've got a cap that pulls down over my ears. Now, why shouldn't I walk?
Snow up to his armpits, and he wants to know why I shouldn't walk.
Oh, what is it, a mile and a quarter? If I can't walk that far, snow or no snow, I'd better give up.
Okay, I'm coming with you.
Are you out of your mind?
Sure, we both are. Well, what are we sitting here for? Let's get going. I can't. I just can't.
I told you that before we started. All right. Do you think you can make it back to the car alone?
Will you go ahead to the cottage? Oh, thanks. I'll make it somehow. please.
Don't lie down. And this, don't you know better than to lie down in snow now?
I have to. Can't. I'm so tired.
Stay on your feet. Martha.
Just a little.
No, don't lie down. If I can get this box of groceries, lodged in this tree fort. There. Now, Martha, I told you not to lie down.
Just for a little while.
All right. I can carry you if I have to.
Can we go back?
It's further back to the car now than it is to the cottage.
You can't.
I can carry you.
We could rest a couple of minutes, couldn't we?
No. We stop now. We stop for 1 minute to rest now. We're dead.
They say it isn't a particularly unpleasant way to die, freezing to death. There's no pain. You simply drift off to sleep, and that's all there is to it. Seems to me the only people who can tell you with any authenticity what it's like to die, no matter what way, are the people who have died, and they don't come back to talk about it, do they? I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Hi, I'm Burl Ives. You know, I've been telling you that Uncle Ben's long grain and wild rice is a wonderful way to make an ordinary meal a great meal, and to keep a great meal from becoming ordinary. That's because it's a delicious combination of Uncle Ben's rice, natural wild rice, herbs, and seasonings. It has a really distinctive taste just about every grown-up loves. But what about those everyday family meals? Well, now Uncle Ben's has a way to make them special, too, with Uncle Ben's new fast-cooking long grain and wild rice. It's flavored with a delicious but milder blend of herbs and seasonings, so it has a milder taste. It cooks in just 5 minutes, so it's easy to serve anytime with anything, chicken, hamburgers, whatever's on the family menu. So try Uncle Ben's new 5-minute fast-cooking long grain and wild rice. The whole family will love its milder taste.
Ken and Martha Harris would seem to be in enough trouble, just as things are. Martha has collapsed from exhaustion and exposure, and Ken, carrying her the rest of the way to the cottage, is near exhaustion himself. He plods through the nightmare of snow to another nightmare. For what awaits him at the cottage, if he makes it, is far more terrifying than any accumulation of clean white snow.
Martha, I can see it. I can see the cottage. Oh, Lord, don't, Martha. Don't go to sleep. We're going to make it. Don't let yourself sleep. Oh, we're here. Look, here are the steps. So heavy. Why should she be so heavy? Martha! Oh, worst thing. Panic. I'm tired, that's all. Keys. Martha, do you think you could stand up for a minute while I just get into my pocket? I've got only these 2 hands, and I have to... Martha, could you just try... Hey, you are helping. Oh, thank heaven. You're not... Okay, now, just... Oh, we made it. You hear me, Martha? We made it. Oh, now, just as far as... Just to the rocking chair, remember? You always liked the rocking chair.
Are we home?
We're in the cottage, Martha. We made it. Going to be all right.
Can I just take a little sleep?
No, not yet. I've got to start a fire. It'll warm the room up. But until it does, I want you to stay awake.
Oh, poor Ken. I give you such a hard time.
If you just stay awake, everything will be all right. Just don't go to sleep. Good fire going. You're wrapped up in blankets. Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, my feet are beginning to hurt like anything, Ken.
Good sign. Means the circulation's coming back.
I'm so tired.
Well, it's warm enough now for you to take a nap. I've got to go out for a while.
Out?
Yeah, I'm all right. My feet don't even feel cold. I'm dressed for it better than you are. I've got to go back and get the box of groceries.
Oh, Ken, can't we just forget the stupid groceries? I don't see how you can make it all by yourself back to where you left that carton.
Well, I've got to. There are 3 cans of tomato soup in the pantry. Now, that's all.
Ken, does it look like somebody's been here?
Not that I can tell so far. I'll go over everything better when I get back.
I wish you wouldn't leave.
Come on, it's not all that far.
Well, the truth is, I'm scared.
Scared?
Well, if somebody was in here last night, what if they came back?
In this kind of weather? Forget it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay.
Okay. I better get going. I may be a while. It'll be pretty slow, especially on the way back with that load of groceries.
Okay. I feel as though I could sleep for about a week anyway.
Good. You just sit there and fall asleep. See you later.
Ken, be careful.
I'll be fine.
What? Who? Ken? Be quiet. Don't make any noise.
What the hell are you doing wandering around without even any shoes on? What is it? What's the matter?
Ken, there's somebody in the cottage right now, right this minute.
What makes you think that?
I heard them right after you left, a man and a woman. They were laughing.
Right after I left?
Yeah, I went to sleep. I couldn't have been more than a minute, and they woke me up with their laughing.
Well, you must have dreamed it.
No, absolutely not. I was not dreaming. The laughing woke me up, and they kept on for a while. For a while after I was awake. Ken, I know I was awake. And then when I called out, they stopped.
Did you look for them?
No, I couldn't. I was scared.
Okay, I'll go check it out. Just let me get this carton out to the kitchen. It weighs a ton.
Well, I'll come with you while you look for them.
All right. Your feet still hurt?
Some, but not as much as they did. I can walk all right.
Okay. I want to check out on the utility room first.
Well, you were in there when you got the firewood, weren't you?
No, I'll look again. You just stay here, just outside the door.
No, I'm coming in with you.
Will you stop that? Just once, will you do as I say without giving me an argument?
Oh, all right.
Just outside the door here. Just until I've had a look around.
I said all right.
Nothing's been disturbed in here. No, everything's normal in the utility room as far as I can tell.
Well, what was all that stamping you were doing?
Oh, just some snow I had left on my boots. Could you tell where the laughing was coming from? I mean, what direction?
No, not really. It sounded like from kind of all around.
All around, okay. Let's check the bedroom.
Actually, it was sort of odd. It seemed to come from farther away than in the house. Silly, of course, but it had to be in the house.
It could be a skating party from Gibbsville or somewhere. The lake must be frozen over.
It came from inside the cottage.
Well, you can see there's nobody in the bedroom. Where would it have come from? You were in the living room. There's nobody in the kitchen, the utility room, or the bedroom. Now, that's all the rooms we have, Martha.
I didn't dream it. Do you want another hot dog, Ken?
Good Lord, no. I've had 3, not to mention about a pound of French fries and 2/3 of that big can of baked beans. For a lady who doesn't know how to cook over an open fire, you whip up a pretty solid meal.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. It would be kind of cozy, wouldn't it? With only the lamp and the firelight. Except that...
Except that what?
I didn't dream that laughing, Ken. There was someone in here.
You want to know what I think? I think you and Stu were both dreaming about last night and about today. Now, I've been over this place with a fine-tooth comb. There couldn't have been anybody in here. No locks were broken. There's not so much as a chair out of place. Everything's exactly the way we left it last fall.
Well, I don't know about Stu. I didn't dream it.
There's nobody but us in the house now. At least we know that. And I've got a full belly, and the fire makes the room nice and cozy.
You know, Ken, I'm worried about Stu. He seems so lost without Claudia.
Yeah. I feel sorry for him, too. But he's not the first guy whose wife walked out on him.
No, that's just it. He can't believe she did. I mean, he can't believe she would, without at least telling him she was going.
Yeah, well, she didn't tell him, did she? What more proof does he want?
You've got it just backwards from his thinking. He thinks her not telling him is proof that something happened to her.
Yeah. He also sees people in other people's cottages. Hey, I just had an idea. We left the Scrabble board out here, didn't we? Up on the shelf in the bedroom closet. How about a game of Scrabble?
I don't know. Okay, if I can keep my mind on it.
Give me a chance to beat you for once. I'll go get it. And, Martha, if you say you want to come with me, so help me, I'll clobber you.
Okay, I'll sit right here. I won't budge.
I'm pretty sure I left it in there up on the closet shelf. I won't be a second.
Don't hurry. I won't be going anywhere.
It's no good, I tell you. I can't do it.
What did you say, Ken?
I didn't say anything.
Can't do it or won't do it.
All right, won't, if you like it better that way.
We'll see about that.
Ken!
What's the matter? What happened?
Ken, I heard them again. They were talking this time. Didn't you hear them?
I didn't hear a sound. You mean the people you thought you heard laughing before?
I did hear them. But they were talking this time. He said he couldn't do something and... Ken, where are they?
Well, I'm afraid they're just in your head, Martha.
Oh, no, you don't. Just because you didn't hear them, you're not going to make me out to be off my rocker.
Come on, Martha. You're nervous, upset, and who wouldn't be? So am I. Okay, let's play one game of Scrabble and get to bed. I piled enough blankets on that bed to smother us, never mind keep us warm.
All right. But I heard them. They've got to be here somewhere. Ken, wake up. Ken, come on, will you wake up?
What? What is it, Martha?
Look.
At what?
Can't you see it? The flickering? The fireplace in the living room is burning.
Oh. Well, it's probably just part of a log that wasn't all the way burned up. Smoldered for a while and then caught again. Go to sleep, Martha.
No, that's a fire, a whole fire. We couldn't see an ember or something from clear back here.
What are you doing?
I'm going in there to see what's going on. A fire like that just doesn't build itself out of ashes. Somebody built it. Don't you want to catch them? All right. Now, don't talk. We'll just sneak up to the living room door and see what's going on, okay?
Okay.
Did you hear something?
Not a damn thing.
Don't talk anymore. Just let me get a look through the door and...
Good Lord.
I can't understand why you're so glum this evening. You seemed happy enough this afternoon.
Ken, it's Claudia. Can't you see her? She's come back. It's Claudia.
Dear God. It's Claudia, all right.
Be quiet, they'll hear you.
I don't think so, Martha. I don't think they can hear us.
It's not as if I'd dragged you out here or something.
You might as well have. You knew I didn't want to come.
It can't be. Ken, that man looks like you.
Yes.
But it can't be.
Apparently it can be, Martha.
Ken Harris stands beside his wife, watching a scene in which he, Ken Harris, sits in front of the fireplace talking to Claudia Ralston. That adds up to 2 Ken Harrises in the same house at the same time. Impossible?
Well, very unlikely, except that there it is. And Claudia, the long-absent Claudia, is she real? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. It is held by some that events of great dramatic impact may leave their imprint so deeply stamped upon the scene of their occurrence that it is never totally erased, not by the absence of the participants, nor by the passage of time. Perhaps this is what we're witnessing here in the living room of the Harrises' summer cottage. Perhaps something is about to happen which has happened before and left its indelible mark on Shadow Lake.
Ken, how could it be you? You're standing right here beside me, and yet you're sitting there in the living room talking to Claudia. I don't see how it could be.
It's something beyond our understanding. They're not really here, Martha. I mean, not really in this place at this time. I don't understand it either. I just want to get away from it.
She's talking again.
It isn't easy for me either, Ken. Not one bit easier than it is for you.
I told you in the beginning, weekends are out. I hate lying to Martha. You know that.
So we steal a weekday when we can. We come out here and have a cold, miserable afternoon and a short evening together and then go back to the city and wait for our next chance to sneak away.
We said in the beginning, and you agreed that...
I know what we said in the beginning, and I can't stand this hole-in-the-corner business much longer.
That was all it was ever meant to be. You should never let it start.
Well, we did let it start. You can't undo that. And now it's not enough.
It's too much. I think we have to stop now. It's gone much further than we meant it
to. They just faded away. They're gone.
They were never here, Martha. They weren't real.
And the fire is dead. And everything is just gone.
It was, I don't know, some kind of illusion. We imagined it.
It was something that happened before, wasn't it? Something that actually happened. You and Claudia out here together.
Martha, if you'll just...
Which weekend was it, Ken? The time you had to go to Chicago to close that deal with whoever it was that time?
That's enough. We're going to get dressed and get the hell out of this place before it drives us both nuts. Now,
No, we're not. We're staying right here.
But, Martha...
I'm scared. But I have a feeling they'll be back. And I'm staying till the end.
All right. If you want to see the end, we'll stay. You'll be sorry, but we'll stay.
Operator.
Hi, Mabel. This is Lou Potts.
Hello, Lou. What in the world are you doing up this time of night?
Oh, inventory. Have to do it sooner or later, and I wasn't anxious to leave the store in this kind of weather.
Oh, ain't it awful? Still snowing, looks like, out the window.
Yep, still snowing.
What can I do for you?
Do you happen to know, is the sheriff still in his office, or did he close up and go home?
In his office 5-10 minutes ago. Why? Want me to ring him?
No, I just thought if it turns out he's still in his office, maybe I'd stop by and say hello.
Some kind of trouble going on, Lou?
Wouldn't you know it before I did if there was?
What are you doing out on a night like this, for Pete's sake?
Oh, got something bothering me. Gosh, it's cold out there.
It happens every winter, seems like.
How come you're still around this late at night?
Oh, waiting for folks like you to show up. Got something bothering them. What is it you got on your mind?
Well, you remember the Harrises? Got a summer place up there by the lake?
Harris? Oh, sure. Pretty little thing she is.
Well, they stopped in at the store this afternoon and filled up with a box of provisions to take out to the cottage with them.
Today?
I told them I'd hear in so many words they was damn fools. I've been watching all day, waiting for them to come, and I ain't seen them. I would have, too, if they drove past.
I must be stuck up there. Well, I guess there's nothing for it, but I go on up there and see, or try to.
I knew it, Ken. They're coming back. I knew they would.
We shouldn't be here. We should have gone away.
Shh, be quiet.
You want us to stop seeing each other. You've had your fun, and now you're ready to go back to Martha. Is that it?
We agreed in the very beginning that it would have to end this way, Claudia.
I may have agreed to that at the start, or seemed to. But I won't have it that way now.
I don't really see that you have much choice.
You don't?
No. I love Martha, Claudia. This was never more than just a
little affair. Is that what you mean? A little fun. Something you could toss aside whenever you got tired of it.
Claudia, we both agreed.
Oh, you and we're both agreed. I don't give a damn what I agreed to.
All right. What do you want from me?
I want you to tell Martha tomorrow that you want a divorce. That's simple enough, isn't it? And if she asks you why, tell her.
I won't do any such thing. You know that, Claudia.
Do you want to bet?
I won't.
All right, then. I'll tell her myself. Her and Stu both. Let them do the divorcing. And don't you think they won't. I only hope Stu doesn't blow your brains out.
You're not going to do that, Claudia.
Do you think you can stop me?
Yes. I think I can. You're not a very nice person, really. Yes, I'm quite sure I can stop you.
They've faded away again. Just faded away, as if there were nothing but air.
Less than air, Martha. They're nothing at all. They're a memory. Okay, you've seen the end of it. Now, will you come away with me?
Oh, no. That wasn't the end of anything, Ken, and you know it.
Martha, I told her I love you. You heard me tell her that.
Oh, yes, sure. After you and she
Martha,
had...
don't. Please, don't.
Don't what? Cry? Not for $1 million.
I want us to leave this place now.
You go if you like. I'm staying for the end.
Well, they must have made it as far as the turnoff anyway. I ain't seen hide nor hair of the car.
Oh, there it is. Yep, up ahead there.
That heap of snow?
Yeah, must be. Stopped just this side of the turnoff to the lake.
I sure hope they had enough gas to keep the heater going. Else they're frozen to death by now.
Yeah. Well, don't look like there's anybody in the car, Lou. I guess I'll just have to walk on up there myself.
Why, you're as crazy as they are, Al.
Yep. Yeah, you sit here and stay warm, Lou. I got snowshoes in the trunk.
Son of a gun. Now, who'd think of snowshoes?
A night like this, a sheriff would. Don't know why I didn't open a grocery store instead of running for sheriff.
It's weird. The way they just materialize.
It isn't real.
Why are you looking at me like that, Ken? If you have anything silly in mind, you can just forget it.
Silly?
Just don't look at me that way.
What way, Claudia?
As if you could... Almost as if you could kill me.
I wouldn't, of course, if there were any other way. But there isn't.
Come on, Ken. You're kidding.
I won't have you telling Martha about you and me. I won't put her through a thing like that. If I have to kill you to prevent it, by then...
Okay. Then I'm sorry. I didn't realize you felt so strongly about it. We'll just forget the whole thing, okay? Well, don't just sit there shaking your head at me. I won't say a word to Martha or to Stu either about us, Ken. I promise you.
I don't believe you.
But that's just the point, Ken. I'm telling you, you can believe me. I promise.
A moment ago, you said you don't give a damn what you promised.
That was just... Oh, you know it was just talk. Oh, Ken, you've got to believe me.
I can't.
But if you don't... Oh, no, Ken. Please.
There's only one alternative.
No.
I'm sorry, Claudia.
Keep your hands off me. Don't touch me.
If you fight Claudia, it's only going to make it worse. Now, what's the good of that? Just a little more now. It will all be over in just a minute. Just a little while. And the whole thing will be behind us.
Ken, you killed her. That was the weekend she disappeared. You killed her.
Yes. I couldn't figure anything else to do.
But... Oh, God, a murderer.
Martha, don't say that.
Adulterer and murderer. What did you do with her? What did you do with her body?
I tore some boards off the floor of the utility room and buried her under there.
The utility room? You mean she's under there now? Under that floor right this minute?
Yes.
All last summer. Every weekend, all last summer, we were out here laughing and having fun, and she...
I wasn't having much fun.
So, well, what do we do now?
I'll go to the sheriff's office and give myself up.
You intend to confess?
What else is there to do? I'm glad it's over.
I don't think I can walk to the car.
I'll carry you. We can make it.
There's nobody else who knows about this, is there? Just me. Nobody else even suspects.
It doesn't matter. I told you. I'm going to give myself up.
I know what you told me. It would be so easy.
What would be easy?
You carry me part of the way. Far enough so I can't get back, and then just leave me in the snow to die. The way you might have done yesterday.
Martha.
You're a murderer. You killed Claudia to save yourself. Why not me?
I wouldn't. Martha, you know I wouldn't.
Well, there's only one way to find out for sure, isn't there? Let's go.
Ken Harris does not know that the sheriff is making his way toward the cottage, but the going is slow. It will be some time before the two meet. If Ken chooses to leave his wife to die of exposure, he can do it and get away with it. But will he? You may have it either way you want it, or can believe it. Whatever you decide, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Morning, Greenhaven State Prison. Today, Jerry Rice is getting out. He paid for his mistake. We paid, too. About 10,000 tax dollars a year to keep him there. And unless he gets a job, he'll probably go back in.
Wait till your daddy sees you. He's not going to recognize you, huh? You excited?
If you're someone with a job to give, you can do something about rising crime by giving a guy like Jerry Rice a job. He's been thoroughly screened, so you'll know all about him.
You complain about rising crime and the billions of tax dollars used to fight it. Nothing can fight it better than jobs.
Welcome home, Daddy. Are you here forever?
Forever, honey. The way to get this country working is to get people working. So if you have a job to give, call the National Alliance of Businessmen. Help America work.
A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
A murderer, a reluctant murderer, granted, has either been exposed for what he is or has been prodded to the brink of a further and even more despicable crime. And the force that brought him to this plight was supernatural, according to our present standards of what is and what is not natural. Could it be that there is a department of criminal investigation operating on a level not yet recognized by our very exact sciences? Our cast included Joan Lovejoy, Nat Poland, Joan Loring, Bob Caliban, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Lord, will the old goat never die? The bishop is dead. He asked for you at the last. Did you hear me, Carl?
Hear you? Of course I did. And now, by heaven, you're going to hear me. Asked for me, did he? The slavering old hypocrite.
Carl!
How could he could no more stand the sight of me than I of him. But now he's gone, and there's nothing to stop me. The estate is mine. The money is mine. Now I can rock the rafters, the 7 deadly sins, the 10 commandments. I'm going to commit all the first, and I'll break all the second. I'm going to cut such a swath, the devil himself will envy me.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Do you believe in reincarnation? That the soul goes through many phases, each one of them preparing and helping you to a higher evolution? And that somewhere in this process, you can be evoluted enough so that you may reach an eternal peace, the true heaven? Well, whether or not you do, many people believe that we live not one, but many lives on this earth. And through the course of history, this is the story of one woman who learned that she might have led past lives that controlled today's.
Shoot him, Fritzer, shoot him! I can't! Then give me the gun. I'll do it.
No, Eva, no! I beg you, you cannot shoot your leader, your husband.
For all the millions you have murdered, I give you this in return.
No, I command you not to shoot.
Our mystery drama, The Winds of Time, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Carol Teitel and Bryce Bond. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you're traveling across the country, there's a sign you're gonna see. Looks like a big yellow sun. It's the sign of quality. Quality is the most comfortable place under the sun. That's our sign, let it shine. Say where quality, comfort shines. Quality is the most comfortable place under the sun.
When you've got business friends or relatives coming in from out of town, put them up under the sun at a nearby Quality Inn. They'll find a warm welcome waiting and all the comforts Quality Inns are famous for. Make an out-of-towner feel right at home. Call your local Quality Inn or call us toll-free for reservations at the most comfortable place under the sun.
Quality is the most comfortable place under the sun. Quality is.
Every driver needs the assurance that a good auto insurance policy can give, but why pay through the nose for that kind of peace of mind? You don't have to, not anymore. For over 21 years, Arco American has been saying that most people pay far too much for our auto insurance. Sometimes feature money matters, and finding a good policy at the lowest possible price won't happen by accident. You've got to shop for it. Well, Arco American agrees. They've got the time and the knowledge to shop for you. Every day, qualified buyers receive fantastic savings. Call the S9-4677 for your free phone quotation. The savings may add up to hundreds of dollars for you. Call the S9-4677. Most insurance plans are available with a low down payment and easy monthly installments. Arco, that's AARCO, Arco American, open weekdays to 6 p.m. Shop and save money with Arco American. Call the S9-4677.
It was Thomas Hardy who said, "Though a good deal is too strange to be believed, nothing is too strange to have happened." I think of this thought every time I bring you another story about the fascinating life or lives of Bryce Bond. Here is a man who is an expert on UFOs, a spiritual healer, a writer, a commentator, and, in a way, a psychic detective, as in this story that he told me. Coming, Mrs. Ormsby.
Mr. Bond?
That's right. Won't you come in?
Well, how did you know I was here before you even answered the doorbell?
Nothing very miraculous about that. You telephoned, we talked, and you said you were coming.
Oh.
Now, will you come in?
Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, my. You have a lot of books.
Oh, I like to know other men's thoughts. May I take your jacket?
Oh, no, thanks. It's very comfortable in here. Oh, such a nice, cozy room. So attractively designed and yet so wonderfully normal.
What did you expect? Long, dark drapes with astrological signs? There's nothing strange here unless you want to make it so.
Well, I know that's what Beverly told me, but... Oh, I'm not saying anything very well. My head...
Another of the headache?
Yes. They're blinding.
You have no medication?
Yes. But it doesn't work.
Sit down a minute. Please. In this chair.
I think I'm going to have to.
Just sit back.
If you tell me to relax, I'll scream.
I won't tell you. I leave that to the powers far beyond me. Now, I'm just going to lay my hands on the back of your head and your neck and the shoulders.
It won't do any good.
It won't if you fight it. Can you feel anything?
Yes, a sort of very gentle vibration. It's soothing.
So, we have a beginning. Now, while I'm treating you, suppose you tell me some more about yourself.
It does feel nice. But the headache... Well, how much did Beverly tell you?
That you had 2 children, that you were married.
Separated.
Just relax. I knew you were considering separation. I didn't know what had happened.
How could you? It was only yesterday.
I'm sorry.
I'm not. I was only ruining Bill's life and the children's. Thank heavens he wanted to take them. Give them a chance.
You don't give yourself the same.
I don't see how.
Try not to be so tense. Let the force flow in. I know about the migraine headaches as they have been diagnosed. What do you expect me to do for you?
Stop the headaches. Save my life.
How do you feel now?
Well, it's gone for the moment. Or if not gone, at least subdued. But that isn't the answer.
Of course it isn't.
Then what is?
I don't know yet. But we do have a beginning, don't we?
What?
Well, if the cause of the pain is not physical or psychological, then only one other possibility, it seems, remains.
What?
It must be psychic.
I don't think I believe in such things.
Then why are you here?
Beverly is a friend. She said maybe you... Mr. Bond, I guess I'm desperate. I can't go on like this. I've lost my husband, my family, and maybe myself.
All because of the headaches.
Well, yes, but...
Or what causes them?
Well, that's what I don't know. And I can't find out.
You've no idea?
Just what I've told the doctors. This awful thing that haunts me.
Ah? What is it that haunts you, Mrs. Ormsby?
I don't know. A terrible gnawing feeling that I've left something undone, or something that I didn't do, something I should have done.
And you have no idea what it is?
No. And the psychiatrists haven't been able to find out.
Maybe they didn't look far enough.
I don't see how much deeper they could have burrowed into what's left of my private soul.
Psychiatry digs into the mind, not the soul. This thing that you have left undone, or haven't done, you have no clue what it might be.
Look, let's be honest, Mr. Bond. I've thought of 1,000 things. I suppose anyone could. But not enough to cause these headaches. And besides...
Besides?
I don't know how to say it. You see, I get the feeling that whatever it was or is, it's not part of this life. Well, I know that sounds crazy, but I...
Not at all. You mean it may be from one of your other lives?
Beg pardon?
I'm talking about reincarnation.
Oh, well, I don't believe in that.
That might be the largest part of your problem.
I don't understand exactly.
Supposing I could demonstrate to you that reincarnation is as basic to the life stream as birth and death. Would you be willing then to believe that your agony might not be engendered in this life, but out of some past one?
You think you can cure me of my headaches? My inadequacy?
I don't know. When you were going to the psychiatrist, did any of them use hypnosis?
One of them did. It didn't help.
My technique will be a little different. I won't be helping you to find your past, but all the other past you have lived. I believe your trouble lies beyond and behind this life.
Then how will I ever get well?
By going back to your other roots.
How?
Astral projection.
Well, even supposing I believed in such a thing, how could I do it?
Just relax and accept hypnotic influence, as you did with your psychiatrist.
Well, supposing I say yes, and supposing it does work, that I become a time traveler, how do I know I can get back?
How do you know you'll want to? That's why I'm here, to bring you out of it.
All right. I'm willing to try anything. Life isn't worth living the way I am. Well, what do I do?
Sit back. Forget yourself. Forget me. Forget this room. Stop looking outward. Look inward. It may help you to hold a thought, to have a mantra to say to yourself. I'll give you one. Hashna crew, Hashna crew, Hashna crew.
Hashna crew.
Just keep repeating it softly to yourself.
Hashna crew.
Hashna crew.
Hashna crew. Hashna crew.
Carol? Carol? Do you hear me?
I hear you.
Where are you?
I don't know. I don't know. There are winds. Soft winds. Whirling gently all about me. But I seem to be borne aloft on their breath and rushing past them. Deeper, deeper, faster, traveling backwards into time. Into time.
Time.
I don't know. Another time. Another place. And I am not myself.
Who are you?
I don't know. Yes? I don't know. There's a battle someplace. Of gunboats lobbing shells across the river. I know the name of it. It's Lick Creek. The gunboats are the Tyler and the Lexington. I'm lying on the south bank. And now I know where we are. Pittsburgh Landing, 1862. Before the Battle of Shiloh and the war between the states. And who I am. I'm Lieutenant Harry Buford. And it's just before sunup. Hold it, or I'll drop you.
You can drop your pistol, Lieutenant Buford. It's only Sergeant Rudd Crowder.
What are you doing beyond the advanced picket line, Sergeant?
Looking out for your rear end, little dandy.
I don't like that name.
It's what you got. The men don't mean nothing bad by it. They admire your guts for all you're pretty reckless.
I still don't like that name. What are you doing up here?
I told you. Looking after you. What do you scout, Lieutenant?
The Federals are regrouping. We got to attack to take advantage of how we scattered them. Why doesn't General Johnson order the attack?
General Johnson was numbered among the lost yesterday, sir.
Oh, no. Who's in command now?
General Beauregard. But we're not ready to attack. We got to regroup ourselves. If only we could figure some way to put a spoke in the Fed's wheel, hold them off long enough to... What is it?
Listen.
Yes. 2 men in the boat. Union soldiers.
Scouts. Like us. Don't move.
Right, darn, they're more than scouts. The one in front, the short, stocky guy.
Yes.
That's General Ulysses S. Grant.
What are you going to do?
Just like a prayer from heaven. I'm going to pick me off the Fed General. That'll set him back long enough so we can make our attack first.
No. Wait a minute. That's cold-blooded.
You get the other one with your pistol, Lieutenant. Oh, let's hold him. Misfired. Draw a bead on General Grant, Lieutenant. If you love the South, you just blow Lincoln's protege all the handle.
I got him in my sights.
So fire!
I can't.
Quick, before they're lost behind the trees.
I can't, Sergeant. That wouldn't be war. That'd just be cold-blooded murder.
You little... Give me that pistol. If you won't strike a blow for the Confederacy, I will. Oh, may we all be damned. It's too late.
Give me back my pistol.
I'll tell you what I should do. I should give you back a ball from it between the eyes, you no-count little traitor.
I would give my life for the Confederacy, but I cannot take another in cold blood.
You know you could have lost the war for us. What kind of man are you? Now let go of the pistol. Let go of it. Help me out. Why, you're not a man at all. You got hair clean down to your waist. Here, take your cap and tuck it up. Back up again. No wonder you wouldn't shoot. Who are you, anyhow?
My real name's Loretta Janet. Well, it doesn't matter. I grew up in a convent, but when my country was called to arms, a voice told me I should take them up, too. I cut my hair and I dressed myself in men's clothes, and I volunteered.
Who did you think you were, Joan of Arc?
I followed my conscience. My sex doesn't matter. What does is I am a soldier.
And yet, when it came to the pinch, you couldn't shoot to save the South.
What happened, Mr. Bond? Where was I? What did they say?
A great deal, Carol Armsby.
Did it explain anything about my headaches and my guilt?
I made a tape of what we have lived through, or rather you have lived through. Let me play it back for you, and you be the judge. What we have dramatized was recorded on Bryce Bond's tape as Carol Ormsby lay in hypnotic trance. What is it? Illusion? Fantasy? Hallucination? Or just possibly, is it true? I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Sewing can be so easy when the experts show you how. Sewing can be so easy, you can start creating now.
I'm Polly Bergen, the singer. Introducing something you'll have to touch to believe. The new Touchtronic 2001 memory machine with features that make it easier to use than a sewing machine's ever been. Come in for a test touch.
100 million people sew easier with Singer.
Hi, this is Bette Midler. UNICEF is a friend to millions of children around the world who really need a friend. And you can help. Get a bunch of your friends together and have a benefit dance, or sports event, or concert, or go trick-or-treating for UNICEF. Use your imagination. You're going to have a ball. Contact your local UNICEF committee or write National UNICEF Day, United Nations 10017. Thank you very much.
If you want spectacular savings, shop Polk Brothers today. Now going on at all Polk Brothers shopping centers is Polk's Warehouse Sale. It's the greatest savings event of the year. Furniture, carpeting, appliances, stereos, and TVs all warehouse sale priced. And here are some examples. A Norelco 1200-watt hair styler dryer, $14.78. A West Bend electric corn popper, $8.78. A General Electric alarm clock, $2.78. A 12-inch black and white TV, just $68. A portable cassette tape recorder, only $19. A Hotpoint 8 cubic foot chest freezer, priced at $239. And there's thousands more bargains just there for the picking. And even with the low prices, you can charge your purchase at Polk's. Polk's Warehouse Sale is on every night, including Saturday, all day Sunday till 6, at 8311 West North Avenue in Melrose Park. Shop Polk Brothers Warehouse Sale and save. It's 1 o'clock in Chicago. This is News Radio 78, WBBM Chicago.
That anyone can have lived more than one life is not to be believed, or is it? That she could return and see herself living another life is even more improbable, isn't it? And yet, there are at least 15 species of life on Earth from prehistoric times. The plain horseshoe crab is one. A man in Bogota is still alive at 167. The miracle of Lourdes still exists and has never been disproved. Truth, as always, appears to be stranger than fiction. Let's return to Bryce Bond and the young woman, Carol Ormsby, whose psychic healing he is trying to effect.
Is that all I feel guilty about? That once in a former lifetime I didn't pull the trigger of a pistol and kill a man in cold blood? But how could I feel guilty about that?
Remember, in that reincarnation, you were a passionate supporter of the South. Ulysses S. Grant was an arch-enemy.
Are you saying I should have killed him?
No. Matter of fact, you couldn't have.
What do you mean?
Either as Loretta Janeth or Lieutenant Harry Buford, it wasn't you who failed to fire. You were stopped.
By what?
The march of history. General Grant was destined to win the war and later become President of the United States. To change that would have to change everything that happened in the whole world. And none of us would be here now, neither you or me.
So it wasn't my fault.
Of course not.
And I should have no guilt feelings about what happened near Pittsburgh Landing, even if it never happened.
Oh, it happened. You were there. But no, in this case, there was no guilt.
Well, then, why hasn't this terrible headache gone away?
Apparently we haven't found its source.
But you promised that I would find the cause in the past.
I suggested it could be found there. We just haven't found the right reincarnation.
Well, then let's do it right now.
Well, if you're up to it. But where do we go? Before 1862 or after?
You mean you can pinpoint it?
I wish we were that advanced. But within reason, we can move forwards or back.
What would you suggest?
First of all, try to supplement the pain. Push it as far in the background as you can. To reach the end, we must rise above the pain.
I'm trying.
Let it all flow, soothing and strengthening you
Soothing me?
for the journey
What journey?
backwards again on the winds of time to that former life which haunts you today.
But where am I going?
That is up to you.
Don't leave me alone.
I must. Only you can live your destiny.
But where? Where can I find help? Where are you taking me to? What's that mournful sound? Wait, it's a foghorn, of course. Where am I? Where am I?
Good evening, miss. May I help you?
Well, I don't know. Where am I?
Where are you? In London, of course.
Oh, well, I know that. I mean, with the fog and all, and being new here, I got myself proper lost trying to get home.
Where is your home?
Oh, well, it's not home exactly. That's Manchester. See, all I have here in London is a room in a boarding house.
Well, may I inquire the address?
Well, it's 453 Cranbourne Gardens.
That's not so terribly far. May I escort you there?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've never met you before.
Forgive me, miss, for being so forgetful. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is John Druitt Montague. May I inquire your name in return?
Oh, yes. Well, it's Jeanette. Well, I mean, that's what people call me, who know me. It's really Mary Jean Kelly.
So, now that we've met, may I take you home?
Oh, I wouldn't want to trouble you, sir.
Oh, no trouble at all. So, after studying for the bar at Oxford, I failed. But I suppose it wasn't the career I was cut out for. And I became a teacher at a private school here in London.
Oh, it's ever so exciting to hear about someone who really gets out and does things. All I ever done was been in service.
There's nothing to be ashamed of.
Well, next to a gentleman like yourself, he's not much of a much. Although I am glad you picked me up.
I thought perhaps you'd come around to admitting that.
Well, it's such a big city, it does scare a person. Oh, and particularly these days.
These days?
Well, I mean, with that terrible Jack the Ripper prowling about. I can't tell you how afraid I was hanging about that corner till you came along.
Well, no reason to be any more. You haven't met up with him yet.
No, in a strange way, I wish I would. Just on my behalf and all the other women, I might be able to call his number.
Hello, we're back at your place. Here, driver.
Oh, thank you, Governor.
Now, come along. I'll see you to your door. Is this your room?
Yes, and I would like to say good night here.
Why can't I come in?
Oh, well, I wouldn't want to get in trouble with my landlady.
Oh, the whole house is asleep. Anyway, why did you let me up if it wasn't for...
Listen, now, I do hope you haven't got the wrong idea about me.
I'm quite sure I haven't.
No, here, let go of me. It isn't that way at all, I warn you.
Now, let's not be silly. Hasn't the whole thing been cut and dried from the first moment? Oh!
I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't mean...
You cut me.
Oh, it's only my uncle's old razor. He gave it to me to protect me. Oh, you're bleeding. Oh, come on in. Here, I'll put a dressing on.
No, it's really all right. It's not that bad.
Except I do feel so bad. Here, let me bandage it.
No, I wouldn't waste your time.
Oh, I'm ashamed of what I did. I mean, I know you're a gentleman, and I shouldn't have reacted the way I did.
I must admit, you surprised me. After all, why did you invite me to your rooms?
I didn't invite you.
Now, give me that razor. You've done enough damage. Do what I tell you.
What were you talking to me about?
I've given you one name, my real one. You'll never live to spread it abroad. Or my other one. You see, my silly girl, I am Jack the Ripper.
No, you stay away from me.
Give me that razor. You're a fallen woman, a person of the streets. You must be destroyed.
And you are a madman. I should destroy you.
The difference between us is that you wouldn't dare. Once I have that razor, I will...
No, you can't.
Carol?
Yes.
Are you back? Back from out-of-body experience.
Out-of-body experience?
Astral projection.
Oh, thank the Lord, it was only in my mind. It was awful.
What?
I was in a new reincarnation.
Who?
A girl named Mary Jean Kelly in London at the time of Jack the Ripper.
One of his victims?
I guess. But if I had the courage, I could have killed him.
I don't believe you could have.
Why not?
Because Jack the Ripper killed other girls after that. Once again, you couldn't change history.
But I feel so guilty. This was a man who didn't deserve to live, and I could have killed him in self-defense.
But you didn't.
No, I didn't.
So it's still not the guilt you think you bear.
Then what is?
Something we have to keep looking for as long as you want to.
I must find my way back. But it all seems so hopeless.
Does it honestly now?
Now?
Now that we have the whole world from the beginning to the end of time to search and find out why you are haunted.
For the moment, I'm too exhausted and too tired to go any further. Can we try tomorrow, Mr. Bond? Hello?
Forgive me, Carol, for calling so late, but I wanted to ask a question I should have in the beginning.
What question?
Do you remember the first time you had the headache?
I'm not liable to forget. It was 1.5 years ago, on a beautiful spring day. I remember it so vividly because it was the first day it was warm enough to sit outside, and because it was so perfect, I didn't think anything could spoil it. And then the headache struck.
What were you doing when it did?
Nothing particularly.
I mean, were you gardening, bending over?
No, I was just sitting, reading the newspaper.
You remember what article? Or whatever you were looking at?
Well, I was just glancing idly over the first page.
Can you recall that exact date?
I'm not quite sure, but I can look it up. It was the first day I went to the doctor. You think it might be important?
I do.
Why?
I can't explain. I can almost see something in the paper that day that may be the whole key. This is just a photostat, of course, blown up from the microfilms at the library. This is the newspaper you were reading that day.
Is it? I don't remember. Oh, yes, of course. The date is right.
But you don't recall exactly what article may have caught your attention?
No, I think I was just scanning the headlines.
It wouldn't have been this story by any chance.
Did Hitler have the last laugh after all? What does that mean?
Well, it's a story about a fabulously rich man in Brazil who lived for the last 30 years a sumptuous and scrupulously protected life, tended to and worshipped by a whole private retinue. He died quietly in his bed, and his body was spirited away to be cremated by his loyal supporters. Many people apparently believe that man could have been Adolf Hitler.
But Adolf Hitler committed suicide or something, didn't he?
On April 30th, 1945, with his former mistress and wife, Eva Braun.
But what does that have to do with me?
I can only follow my ESP. I believe it does. I want to send you back to 1945 and let you find out for yourself.
The dark, pain-racked eyes of the tortured girl are fixed on the calm, compassionate face of Bryce Bond. In their agony, they are a call for help, to which he is trying to respond. But what dangerous, uncharted waters is he asking her to sail? And at the end of her voyage, is there any hope that psychic help will succeed where medicine and psychiatry have failed? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
I like pickles, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel. I like pizza, but it doesn't like me. Send your stomach some Digel.
Digel's special combination of antacid and anti-gas ingredients gives you fast, gentle relief from acid indigestion, heartburn, and gas in just minutes.
I like hot dogs, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
For occasional use only as directed.
If you really want to save money, come to Polk Brothers' gigantic warehouse sale now in progress. Thousands of brand-name products for your home, all specially priced for this spectacular event going on at all Polk shopping centers. For example, there's an Englander OrthoGuard mattress or box spring for only $48. TV snack tray set for $10.95. A Hot Point built-in dishwasher, only $188.30. A 30-gallon water heater, $109. A Westinghouse giant 20-cubic-foot chest freezer, only $299. A Whirlpool 2-speed 2-cycle automatic washer, warehouse priced at $238. A 19-inch color portable TV is only $298. Huge savings in every department. Furniture, carpeting, TV, stereo, and appliances. And even with these low prices, you can charge your purchase at Polk Brothers. All Polk shopping centers open every weeknight till 10, Sundays till 6. You can save more at Polk Brothers during the big warehouse sale. Maybe you can't count on the weather, but you can count on an accurate weather report instantly, 24 hours a day, with the GE Instant Weather AM/FM portable radio from True Value Hardware Stores. The GE Instant Weather portable radio lets you hear a continuous weather broadcast at a flick of a switch, or listen to your favorite FM or AM station. True Value Hardware Stores also offer the GE portable AM/FM radio with a 3.5-inch dynamic speaker, plus a telescoping antenna for easy listening. Both GE radios run on house current or with optional batteries, so you can use them at home or away. And you'll find both the General Electric AM/FM portable and the AM/FM portable radio with instant weather feature at participating True Value Hardware stores.
True Value Hardware is more than just a name. It's a way of doing business that means True Value.
And so will the kids in your community.
Should Carol Ormsby, in search for relief from the devastating headaches which have ravaged her for nearly 2 years, risk another mystic journey into the past through psychic doors opened by the specially resourceful Bryce Bond? Why not? It was Claudius, King of Denmark, in the play Hamlet, who said, "Diseases desperate grown by desperate appliances are relieved, or not at all."
Do you really think I could have had anything to do with someone as revolting as Adolf Hitler?
Let's put it that he may have had something to do with you.
Well, how could he have anything to do with one of my headaches?
Remember, you said you were haunted by a feeling of something you might have left undone.
Well, I don't know if I want to time travel again. What good is it done? And I'm always afraid I won't get back.
What have you left to go back to, Carol?
You're right. There's nothing left for me here.
Or everything? If we can lay to rest whatever ghost it is that haunts you, let me take away the pain to begin with.
If only you could. I mean, more than temporarily. I can't live with it anymore. What is it that I have done or left undone that I'm being punished for?
Every psychic gift I have suggests to me that it was something to do with that story in the paper the morning you suffered the first attack.
About that man in South America?
The one they thought could have been Adolf Hitler. Carol, do you know where you are?
No. Just a vastness. A nothing. A place between places. And I'm floating. I can't move. There is a tide running somewhere. Or a wind. A steady breeze carrying me like a leaf. It's very still. Not a sound anywhere. Except... wait. There's the sound of guns and bombs falling. And people are dying. And it's like the end of the world. Götterdämmerung. Where does that word come from? Where does it come from? Why would you ask yourself a question like that, Eva Braun? It is your own fate. Götterdämmerung. The twilight of the gods. Just as the Fuhrer promised it would be if he failed. And he has failed. And gloriously. Even Adolf, even that colossal ego has to face it at last, as soon as he gets up enough nerve to commit suicide as he promised. Here he is at last. Oh, no, it is his double, his stand-in, poor little Fritzl Seifendorf. What is it, Fritzl?
Der Führer, he told me to come in to be with you.
Where is Adolf?
I don't know. Talking with others.
What is there left to talk about?
I don't know, Eva. I am afraid.
We are all afraid, Fritzl. None of us wants to die.
Why must we die? Why must I die? I am not political. I don't care about wars or the Third Reich. Was it my fault God has shaped me to look like him? If I had known in the beginning, I would have shaved off my mustache and all the hair from my head. Did anyone know this house painter would almost rule the world? Even the English, and the Americans did not believe it.
Hush, Fritzl. There is no reason for you to die. You don't bear any guilt. You were forced to be what you are.
How could anyone like you ever have gone willingly with a beast like him? Oh, I'm sorry, Eva. Even though I am sick with fear, I have to say it. I have to speak some little truth.
That's all right. I wish the truth about me could be known.
What truth?
That Eva Braun may have been Hitler's mistress, and in this last moment his wife, but she was always his enemy.
Enemy? Hush, you must not say that.
You think there have to be secrets anymore? From the beginning, I have worked for Germany against this madman who has destroyed my country. I have been part of every plot against him. Oh, I thank heaven I have known enough to destroy some of his worst plots. Fritzl, do you want to live?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
All right, then listen to me. The last act is about to be played out. Adolf Hitler and I are to have a suicide tryst. I will die by poison. He will kill himself by a pistol to his mouth.
Oh, no.
Only it is not Hitler who is to die this death. It is you.
Me?
He will shoot you, poison me, and we will be found as suicide.
What can I do?
The Führer will be here any moment. He will come alone. After we both are dead, he will escape by plane. There are plans to smuggle him to South America and safety. He has millions waiting there to keep him for the rest of his life. We must keep him from getting there.
Yeah, but how?
The pistol with which he means to shoot you. You must distract his attention long enough for me to get it.
And then?
I will see that he will die as he planned. The real Adolf Hitler, not you.
Then you and I will escape, me pretending to actually be the Führer.
You can escape, not me.
Why not?
The poison is already in my blood. I can feel it working. There is no escape for me. My country is dying. As you can hear, I must be sure that the man who brought it to its knees will die with it.
But Frau Hitler,
Don't worry about me, Fritzl. I have been in all this with my eyes open. You were dragged into it unwillingly. Only one person can escape. Help me to make sure the Führer dies. Then you take the chance alone.
Oh, sieg heil, Führer.
Don't be a fool, Fritzl. There is no victory left. Only death. What is wrong, Eva?
The poison.
You have taken it already.
I couldn't bear to see you die, Adolf. Take me in your arms. Say goodbye.
Wiedersehen, Eva. I'm glad I did not have to... What are you doing? Let me go!
Fritzl, get It's done.
I have it, man. Help me.
Shoot him quickly.
I can't.
Then give me the gun. I'll do it.
No, Eva, no, please. You can't shoot your leader, your husband.
For all the millions you have murdered, I give you this in return.
No, I am your Führer. I command you not to shoot.
No, I can't.
Carol.
I can't.
Carol?
It's still murder no matter what he's done. I can't kill him in cold blood.
Easy, Carol. Easy now.
Who's that? Oh, who are you?
I'm Bryce.
Oh.
Bryce Bond, remember?
Bryce? Oh, yes. Yes. You put me under and I was... Oh, could I really have been that awful woman?
Not so awful, it seems.
Oh, no.
What is it, Carol?
The headache. It's worse than ever.
It shouldn't be.
Oh, it is. If I was Eva Braun in a former reincarnation and I let Adolf Hitler escape alive, I deserve whatever agony I have to suffer.
But you didn't.
I must have. Isn't that what this is all about? That's what I must have seen that morning in the paper. The story of how Hitler lived for 30 years in safety in South America just because I didn't have the strength to pull the trigger when I was Eva Braun.
Who says you didn't?
Well, the proof was there in the newspaper story.
The man was never positively identified as Hitler.
But who says he wasn't?
I do. What about Fritzl? The double who might have made his escape instead.
Well, how can I know? As long as it might have been Adolf Hitler, I have to bear the guilt.
Supposing I can prove to you it wasn't.
How?
We will go back just one more time. It will be faster now that you know the way. Remember, Carol, when you were Eva, you were dying. Let me help you search in the last shadowed moments of that life.
I'm afraid to go back again.
Don't be. Just this one last trip, so that at last you can put the headaches aside and find your life again. Let your eyes be heavy, heavy, heavy. Can you hear me, Carol?
I hear you.
Where are you?
In the place between places. Neither here nor there. In the void. In the void.
Listen.
There's nothing. No sound. But the rush of wind. No. I'm wrong. I'm back there. Again. In the bunker. With Adolf and Fritzl and me, Eva, with the gun in my hand, just as that last bomb exploded above us.
I command you not to shoot in the name of justice. You did it. You killed him.
I didn't. It wasn't me. One of the bricks hit my hand and the gun just went off.
Oh, Frau Hitler.
Don't call me that.
I'm sorry. Eva?
Don't worry about me. Run, Fritzl. Run. Pretend to be him. Maybe you'll catch that plane and get away with it.
But you... How can I help you?
You can't help me. I don't need help anymore.
So you see, Carol, Hitler did die all those years ago in a bunker under the Chancellery in Berlin.
And so did Eva Braun.
Yes, of poison. Not fully aware that she had finally brought retribution to Hitler.
But how? How could I shoot this time?
Because this time you didn't change history. You made it. Well, that's the way it could have been. How's your headache now?
It's gone. Gone. as if it had never been. I feel like myself again. Have I really been all those people? Is reincarnation a fact?
That's something else that only you can answer. We are what we believe. But you've been through enough. Why don't you put it aside for the moment?
I think I will. I'm going to be too busy picking up the threads of this life to worry about any past one.
Carol Ormsby doesn't have to beg the question. She has too many other questions in her own life at the moment. Can she regain her children and her husband, rebuild her shattered life? Bryce Bond doesn't have to question. He believes. I guess the rest of us will have to answer the question, each for himself. I'll be back shortly.
Hello, I'm Jack Jones. For most American girls, the teen years are an exciting time of personal growth and learning. But today, 1 in 10 American teenage girls is a mother before she turns 18. The March of Dimes knows too well that adolescent motherhood is a tragedy that affects everyone concerned. The young mother, her child, her family. The teen mother is too often unprepared for the demands of motherhood, socially, economically, and physically. She and her unborn child are at a high medical risk because her body usually is too immature to support the new and demanding life forming inside her. Prenatal care is the only active way the expectant mother can help protect her unborn and newborn against the threat of birth defects. Making that care available to every pregnant woman, regardless of her age or social condition, is a major goal of the March of Dimes. This is Jack Jones reminding you that a healthy baby needs more than the love a mother could give. Prenatal care is a critical factor in preventing birth defects. Listen to the March of Dimes and take action now.
Carpets need cleaning? Weave through the yellow pages. 1:30 in the morning, and hello again, Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. It's Polk Brothers Colossal Warehouse Sale time. Time to climb in your station wagon or pick up and bring the whole family to see the greatest selection of brand-name products for your home at warehouse sale discount prices. Polk Brothers Warehouse Sale brings you trainloads of furniture, carpeting, appliances, TV sets, and stereos, and all time to arrive in time for this inflation-busting event. Here's some typical Polk Warehouse Sale values. In stereo, a Panasonic AM/FM 8-track compact stereo, only $115. In furniture, an early American rocker with padded seat, only $68. An RCA Color Portable TV, only $278. An Admiral Black and White TV can be yours for only $68. Get headphones for just $2 more. You can save a bundle during Polk Brothers' spectacular warehouse sale, and you don't need cash. Enjoy the magic of brand-name quality and Polk Brothers discount pricing.
Now, General Electric will pay you to protect your family from the dangers of fire. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you when you buy either the GE electric or battery-operated Home Sentry smoke alarm from True Value Hardware stores, you'll get a $3 or $5 rebate from GE. Mount the Home Sentry smoke alarm on the ceiling anywhere in your home. It'll detect smoke before you can see it or smell it, and then sound a loud warning to help you and your family escape from a fire. And the GE battery-operated Home Sentry smoke alarm from True Value Hardware stores features a dual warning system that reminds you when to replace the battery. Buy the AC model alarm and get $3 back from GE, or get $5 back when you buy the battery-operated Home Sentry smoke alarm. Now at participating True Value Hardware stores and home centers.
True Value Hardware is more than just a name. It's a way of doing business that means True Value.
To wrap up today's tale, the best of all sources would be, surprisingly enough, Elbert Hubbard. For no matter what you believe about method, a woman was cured of a devastating disability. A woman given up by medical science, so that any cure had to be a miracle. Which brings us back to Mr. Hubbard, who said, a miracle, an event described by those to whom it was told by men who did not see it. Which is, after all, just what I have done. Our cast included Bryce Bond, Carol Teitel, Ian Martin, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Himan Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Well, I never done that. Well, you can say mommy, can't you? A simple mommy. Mommy. Well, that's not bad. Coming from the astral world, you wouldn't expect it to be exactly the same as in life. I'll have to go out and get some more dry ice for the vapor. And you better go check your Hessian costume because you've lost some more weight. Oh, how about the wrappings? Okay, that's good. Now, don't get so thin that you can't do that anymore, because the wrappings set the tone of the whole thing. Now, she will be here at 9 o'clock, and I want everything ready. I want you ready, because this may lead to something very big. Really big.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
To stop Germany, push it back, and yes, we defeated Germany in World War II, but we didn't defeat the Nazis because the Nazis were still much in power and they cut deals. They swapped their exotic technology, their rocket technology, their energy manipulation technology, their mind control technology, chemical and technology and pharmaceutical technology to the United States in exchange for immunity. And we brought them in over the war. And in the late 40s and early 50s, John J. McCloy, who had been head of National City Bank, which was one of the largest lenders of money to pre-World War II Nazi Germany, was made High Commissioner of Germany, and he pardoned thousands of unreconstructed Nazis, brought them over to the United States. His protege and was Allen Dulles, who then was head of the CIA for many years. And under Dulles, he whitewashed their backgrounds and put them all, these Nazis, into our military-industrial complex. And that began the National Socialist infiltration of the United States system. Warfare. But they had the same type thing. Back then, the Germans had been very much involved in the occult, if you want to call it that. Or they had television-guided missiles. The United States in exchange for immunity. And we brought them in over the war, bomb somewhere. It would not have ended the war. It would have simply meant the total devastation. Exotic technology. Remote viewers. Of course, they didn't call it remote viewing because that was a term that was...
And how they got what is in essence free energy, maybe even Stargate technology, certainly UFOs. Exotic technology. Yeah.
Yeah, and the question has always been, how did the Nazis get so far ahead of us in science? Exactly. They were broadcasting the 1936 Berlin Olympics over television. In fact, by the end of the war, they had television-guided missiles. Holy cow, we didn't know that. And there's good reason to believe they actually possessed and had tested a nuclear weapon. But by the time they did not have a reliable delivery system, and by the time they were ready to maybe unleash a nuclear weapon, it was spring of 1945, and the Russians were closing in from the east and the Allies from the west, and it was almost all over. And if they had set off an atomic bomb somewhere, it would not have ended the war. It would have simply meant the total devastation and destruction of Germany. Now, where did they get all this? For years, I'd heard stories that, well, they captured a flying saucer somewhere and they back-engineered it. But yet, every time you try to track those stories, it never went anywhere. And I am now of the opinion, based on information that I have now and based on documentation that has come out of the old Soviet Union now with the collapse of communism, that the Germans had their own remote viewers. Of course, they didn't call it remote viewing because that was a term that was coined back when the CIA and and the National Security Agency in this country was studying and working with psychic warfare. But they had the same type thing. Back then, the Germans had been very much involved in the occult, if you want to call it that, all the way back in prior to the 1920s. And they would have seances, and they would have all of these channelings, or whatever you want to call it. But at the bottom line of it is what we call remote viewing. It was the use of these psychic abilities. And
this is the Vril Society, wasn't it?
the Vril Society, and this was largely based on the philosophies of Madame Blavatsky and her Theosophical Society. They were heavy into that, and of course Hitler was put into power with the help of the Thule-Gesellschaft, or the Thule Society, which was an occult society made up of some of the wealthiest and aristocrats there in Germany, and industrialists. And they were big into this stuff, into spiritualism, I think is what they called it back then. And so they, according to the information I have, there was even a unit within the German military called Dr. Greenbaum. And this was basically their remote viewers. And interestingly enough, this was under a broader umbrella program called MAGIC, M-A-J-I-K. And that's really interesting because, as you well know, the Majestic 12 or Magic 12 that's always talked about in the UFO literature being the people at the top who are in charge of the secrecy over UFO technology was MAJIC 12 to begin with, which is the anglicized version of MAJIK, the German version. And I'm wondering if perhaps when we brought their mind control experts and their pharmaceutical experts and their rocket scientists all over here after the war, if we didn't bring some of their psychic scientists too.
Okay.